And we are live.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hello.
How art thou?
I'm okay. How about the rest of you?
Oh, fine. Just dandy.
Recovering after last night?
There is no recovery after that.
I managed to, somewhat forget about my worries and go see Captain Marvel, so it worked out.
I don't think I've actually sat through a Marvel movie in a long time. It's like when it's like when a TV show just runs too long. I just don't care anymore. It's like Game of Thrones.
That makes me a little sad.
Yeah. I think the last one that I saw was Civil War, and that was it. Did Zorro?
I mean, a good one, but man,
I was gonna say, did Zorro
just for you.
Pause for everyone else?
Her cam did. Her cam is very dead.
There we go. There we go.
Sorry, the internet's not the strongest. I'm sorry.
It's
Hopefully that
okay.
changes in the next month.
The interwebs is always the enemy. It provides a great service, but also gives a harsh curse.
Well, and everyone in my family only needs like the bare minimum internet. Unlike me and my husband who are gamers, so stop it.
It's like your biggest package ain't good enough.
Bare minimum. Yeah, no bare minimums. That's why I'm pretty excited when I eventually get my own place. That way I can upgrade, because you guys are constantly sounding like robotic and it sounds really slow when you guys talk. So I'm like, okay, I kind of get the gist of what you're saying now. It sucks, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
One of my neighbors for the longest time still had AOL dial-up.
Oh,
is that legal?
Stop it!
I didn't know it was still a thing. Like, I went over to like look at her computer and everything. This was like a while back, probably like 6 years ago. But I went over to her house after her husband died, because I was going to archive all of like their family photos and stuff they had on that computer, because it was finally dying. But some of it was in emails.
Oh Lord!
And she signed into AOL dial-up. I hadn't heard that dial-up tone in the longest time.
Oh God!
The thought of having to download photos from an email on dial-up.
Oh yeah.
It's bringing me back to like 1996.
I was there.
Yeah.
I was there for a couple hours downloading probably about a good 40 photos from email.
Oh God! And now, of course, everybody's got everything in like online albums. It's like, no worries, I'll just grab them from the net. It's fun. Don't worry.
Yeah, it was just like, I didn't even know AOL dial-ups was still a thing, but apparently they still were making money off of the older generation who just needed it to check emails and go on things like Facebook.
Apparently there are still places in the States where that is your only option.
Oh my God.
Oh geez.
Yeah, there are places apparently where AOL dial-up is your only option. It's not like you get high speed.
Barbaric.
It's uncivilized.
I have no idea how that can still be a thing with the day and age that we live in.
My in-laws still have AOL email accounts. I'm like, what?
I still have mine. Because it's connected to my BattleNet.
Next thing you know, somebody's going to be like, hey, check out my GeoCity site.
Get a hold of me, just, hit me up on MSN Messenger. It's all good.
Or ICQ. Let's be appropriate here.
I mean, that's just bringing back nostalgia now. Like logging in after work on AOL, but then having both the AOL Messenger, the MSN Messenger, and the Yahoo Messenger all open on your screen while being on TeamSpeak and playing WoW.
and you've got Winamp cranked in the background with the milk drop equalizer going.
Yep.
Oh my God. You know what? That was actually funny today when I went to go see Captain America. It takes place in like the late 80s, early 90s, I think. I mean, way before everything that happens in the Marvel universe. And it was hysterical because she like crash lands into like a Blockbuster. There's a Radio Shack next door. They're using like old Walkmans, and the CDs are just becoming a thing. They're looking at an old computer and they're just like, oh, intense moment. And then there's like this awkward pause going, what's that sound? What are they doing? And they're like, oh, it's loading. And it's like this really slow load bar. And I'm like, oh,
So
back.
when I was 17 was the first time my family got internet in the house. And it was AOL dial-up.
Oh, that sound.
And I thought it was the coolest thing ever.
I can't say anything. I've been on high speed since it was available in
mid 2000s.
Yeah. I remember getting my PlayStation my PS2 hard drive that you needed to like connect to online back in the day for Final Fantasy 11. And then like hooking that up, getting ready to play online, and then finding out that I needed to sign up to the exclusive Gamers Club through AOL, which was an additional $5 a month.
Yep.
Jeez.
No,
just like how Fox said, get off the phone, I'm using the internet.
No, Zor, to answer your question, it was definitely easily mid 90s for high speed for me.
Was it mid 90s?
We got
because I was playing EverQuest on high speed when it launched.
Yeah. Like
I was playing King's
lucky
Quest
bastard
at that time.
We got DSL when I took over the internet bill. Because it's like, if I'm paying for this, I'm gonna use it to be able to play games and whatnot.
Yep.
Because
The trick there, Fox, is I got my parents addicted to EverQuest, and that was the end of the high-speed discussion in the house.
No, my parents aren't gamers, so
yeah, same here.
It's like my dad used to play like NES a little bit, but video games give my mom a headache, so I couldn't get them addicted to that. So
I was playing King's Quest and Carnivores and a little bit of Quake at that time.
I wish I could have played Quake, but we had like our first computer was like a shitty Packard Bell.
Oh God!
That was high end for its time.
It was a store-bought Packard Bell. It didn't have a graphics card or anything like that. It just had the graphics chipset. It's like bare minimum RAM, and it couldn't run anything.
20 megabytes.
If that
for its time. Remember how like the day the floppy disk went to like 500 megabytes was like
no, those weren't floppies. Those were zip disks. I can tell you this because I have a zip drive sitting in an old computer in the other room.
That's like, it's just funny when you grew up with certain types of technology and then certain things happen, like, oh my God, a USB 1 gig. What is this? Just like,
no, I'm
like 1 terabyte. What is this?
I'm still amazed because I've got a 1 gig flash drive. Actually, I've got a 512 meg flash drive that I remember buying when it was like top end. That was one of the largest sizes. And now people are like, hey, there's a 1 terabyte micro SD card. And I'm like,
I'm sad this doesn't work anymore. This right here is an MP3 player.
Yep.
But it also has a USB. It's a USB stick that it'd be able to upload the music onto it.
There we go.
Gosh. See, I loved it when I had pens. The hidden top was always like something dumb, like a 512 megabyte USB, whatever. And I was like, this is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, and now they're like, by the way, this is only, you can just grab, like, I was in Best Buy, and like that little bin they've got of flash drives by the counter, I'm looking at them and they're like 64 gigs and up, and for like $2. And I'm like, I can't handle this. I'm going home now.
Yeah, I still remember paying like $60 for like a 24 megabyte flash drive and thinking it was like the coolest thing ever.
Yep.
Yep. I shelled out that money because that's where I kept all of my D&D stuff back in the day.
Remembering the good old times. That's every day, Law. That's every day.
God, are we dating ourselves? Are we going down
are.
technological memory lane?
We could have gone even further, like back to like the 286 and like
God.
Yep.
floppies, but that's too far.
That's too far. Let's not.
I remember when my
Sorry.
elementary school computer lab had the big ass discs that you had to stick into the computer to be
5
able
and a quarter.
the 5 and a quarter discs to be able to, you stuck them into the computer to play a game.
Yep.
My problem was we had like the green and black Macs at school, and the problem is at home I had, I think it was at the time before 86, and I'm like,
fancy one.
Oh yeah, like everybody. Well, my dad worked at Radio Shack, so I mean, we always had the prettiest computer that was available, but everyone was like crowding around to play Oregon Trail or whatever, and I'm like, I want to go home and play Doom now, please.
Yeah.
Like they're all excited. I'm like, such primitive technology.
Back when Radio Shack was the cool place to go for computer parts.
That's why I thought it was
And
funny.
you could go
Captain
and buy
Marvel
like
that.
circuit boards and shit at Radio Shack.
Yeah, you could. Dude, I remember it was so cool when you could buy CD players with a clip on it at Radio Shack. And I was like, what? I can take this to go on my belt or fanny pack?
And then when,
Yes.
when you started walking, it would just skip all over the place because they hadn't mastered skip technology yet.
Come on, Zoro. That's why you wore like the big heavy duty cargo pants where you could fit the Discman in the
Dude, I was a tomboy. Yeah, no, I just stuck it on the inside of my pocket, so if I ran or something, it wouldn't fall out. You know?
Yeah, I was part of the goth crowd, so it was the big black cargo pants all the time.
You know. Yep.
Yeah, I totally understand.
With my back.
Anyway, before we start all graying while we're talking here,
before we like just make everybody realize, oh my god, these people are just freaking old.
These are a whole pile of old people playing D&D. Yeah.
Look at all these old nerds. Jeez. Get off the screen, Grandpa.
Hey, someone pointed out I had gray hair today when I was at the grocery store.
I've got gray hair. I started getting the like the gray streak across the side of my head.
Oh no, my problem is it's like a lot of my longer hair has gray in it now, and I'm just like, oh Lord.
I've got the gray streak, and some of my beard is turning white. So.
Oh, that's great.
The curse of being a ginger. You get gray and white hair faster than everyone else.
Yeah, it starts blonde and then it just goes downhill from there.
Yep.
Have you seen Aquaman? It looks cool when it's mixed in with those colors.
No, I haven't seen Aquaman.
Oh,
we had this discussion.
I don't go to the movies.
It's on Fire Stick, and it just came out on DVD. I don't know. Anyway, there's a character in it with red hair, and he's got gray in his beard and hair, and it looks cool. Anyway.
Okay, so before we start just walking down memory lane and just showing how old we really are, we actually play a game on this channel sometimes.
We do.
Yeah, I think so. So as you guys can see, Imp is not here today. He is still doing some family stuff, so he's taking the night off. So you've got the four of us to torture you and show how horrible, what a group of horrible people this adventuring party is.
We're getting better.
Yeah.
I feel like only two of us are the worst. Just 2.5? 2.5.
Depends on the day and who's around you.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, so who wants to give a recap on what happened last week?
Not it, because my dog's drinking in the background and it's making really gross noises.
I vote Zoro this time.
Okay, that's fine. God, I gotta remember what happened last week. Let's see. We were at a fort in Ostagar. That's right. We alerted them about the horde of Darkspawn coming and everything, and after meeting with the captain, we learned that it might be best to find some Grey Wardens ASAP, probably in Denerim, where the King Alistair is a Grey Warden, may have whereabouts of where they are, because supposedly they're banished, but we have no idea where they are. So while we were thinking that, Valantha got a tip from someone that the blood mage is key and is the needs to be alive to help restore Thetis and stop the blight, which is disappointing for her because after being discovered that she was a blood mage by the fort and was imprisoned for it, her and Magnus had to devise a plan to get her back out. And at the same time wanted to figure out what was going on with this sword, this Grey Warden sword that we found. So many more questions to our answers, unfortunately. So through much persuasion, they were able to get the blood mage out, but not before she was visited by a particular person of the Fade, saying that it's her fault for ruining everything and that she needs to make it right.
I interpreted it a little differently.
You fucked up, make it right. So through an odd agreement, they let the blood mage go, quote unquote blood mage. We didn't go through the trial. And they headed north towards Lothering to gather some supplies and head over to Denerim, not before they were attacked by some road bandits who died horrible, brutal deaths. Apparently, we made them explode.
And I want to point out, we didn't go through the trial, but you guys did see fit to put on a little show.
We did.
And also, to be fair, we were kind of voluntold we had to keep the blood mage alive.
Yeah, I mean, it was not by choice, but we're like, damn it, okay. So yeah, we made it look like she was going to the gallows. It was great. So after we exploded the bandits, we took camp and we slowly each discovered that there may be more darkspawn, a whole horde coming north from the south, heading in their direction. And with another helpful tip from a friend of Valantha's, she discovered that if they don't move quickly, it's going to destroy Oscar probably in about a day's time. And that's when the group woke up, decided we need to haul ass now, but not before they decided it may be a little safer to travel through the hinterlands. Though it may be a little dangerous, at least it provided cover where Magnus and Esthea got to finally officially introduce each other and kind of play nice, make happy, before everyone was kind of ambushed by some Mabari. And that's where we left off.
There was also one other thing that kind of drew us into the hinterlands. During Esthea's watch, when we camped, she saw a falling star land.
That's right.
In the hinterlands.
I forgot about that. Also, Valantha is making it her goal to tame a Mabari as her own companion because it is not a Dragon Age game without one.
3 of us, 3 of them.
Exactly, man. We got this.
We also have to make Alistair shake his head at least once in disapproval.
I mean,
yes.
Are you sure you've got this? Yeah, so as we pick up today, you guys are currently surrounded by 3 wild Mabari. Right as you set foot into like a forest, like a forest area of the hinterlands, trying to cover your tracks and get out of sight of any potential darkspawn that may be tracking you down. But these Mabari don't really look like they they're wannabe friends at the moment.
Aww.
As you could see, like Valantha, you could see the hunger in their eyes and the drool just rolling out of their mouth, kind of giving you a sense that it's been a while since they've had a decent meal. So I'm gonna need initiative.
Can I offer them some dried food?
Well,
we're on the same page here.
I'm gonna need some initiative from y'all.
Come here, Dougie. Oh, where's my initiative? I don't even know where that is right now. Oh, it's right at your deck. Sorry.
don't know why, but all I can think is we're taking the blood mage to Denerim.
We're taking the blood mage to Denerim. Sorry.
Do we need to get that song stuck in my head again?
Yes.
I think it's kind of too late.
All right, Valetta, what did you roll?
17.
Estia.
8.
And Magnus.
15.
All right, Valetta, kick us off.
Okay. First things first, I am going to take a piece of dried meat out of my pack and be like, "Here, Mabari, you look a little hungry. Do you want some food?" And offer it to it. This one right here. This one closest to me.
Okay, so are you trying to charm it, or what are you trying to do here?
I guess charm it. Yeah, I'm just trying to. I see it's hungry, and I'm offering it food and trying to make peace with it. Maybe sneak in a pet. Who knows?
I want to pet the dog that wants to kill me.
I do. Mabari are great.
Oh my god. It's like you throw a dog into the game, the first thing everybody wants to do is pet it.
Have you not played Dragon Age? Everyone wants a Mabari.
I don't want
Also
a
dog.
Mabari because they get hurt. Okay.
But it's not okay.
So you could give me a communication focus roll here, and if you have animal handling, you can use that.
Nope. Nope.
So we've
I
got
blocked it. What did I get? Oh, there we go.
5. So you've got 9, 11, 13 against the Mabari. Let me see here.
That's not terrible. That's pretty good.
All right, so the Mabari looks you over for a moment. You see its ears perk up at the sight of the meat. So it turns its head and begins to sniff the air.
Okay.
As you could see the lack of you could see its butt wiggling a little bit because it doesn't really have a tail.
Yeah. I'm gonna do what a rational human being would do, or in my case, an elven being, is have it come to me, not look threatening, and just be like, "Here you go," and just wait for it to make its move.
All right, Magnus, you're muted.
I'm glad Zara and I were on the same page here. So I'm going to be doing something very similar, holding the axe in one hand and kind of down to my side and holding out a piece of dried meat in front of me, trying to persuade that one
All right.
not to murder me.
Again, it's going to be a communication roll.
Can I use persuasion?
You cannot. It has to be animal handling.
Has to be animal handling?
Has to be animal handling.
Well, then you are getting one of those.
So that is going to be 11. Unlike the other dog, who is curious at the sight of meat, this dog's ears just fold back and it just bares its teeth and lets out a low rumbling growl as it like lowers itself, getting ready to pounce.
Oh, why do you do this, dog?
It needs belly rubs.
And Astia, you hear something barking behind you as one of the Mabari near you just rushes you. Its teeth bared as it tries to like take a chunk out of your hide.
It's hungry.
14 hit.
Oh yes.
Is your armor just straight up 10?
Yeah, it's the lowest it can possibly be.
All right, you're going to take a total of 5.
Yes, I will, because I have nothing to negate that.
don't even have your rock armor up?
Nope.
Oh.
I could throw it up, but I'd have to do it out of combat because it takes a minute to cast it.
And Magnus, I just realized I didn't use the stunt points against Estia, but that's my own fault. Magnus, it lunges for your outstretched arm that has the meat in it.
Well, bad doggo.
But does a 13 hit you?
Yes.
The 13 beats your defense rating?
Yeah, mine's only at 12.
Damn. All right, you're going to take 7 points of damage before the armor rating reduction as it just latches onto your arm, letting out just a deep growl. You can see the drool running down your gauntlet as it starts shaking its head.
You're assuming this dwarf has a dexterity score.
I don't know. Some dwarves can do backflips.
Do I? No.
Estia, you on the other hand, the Mabari like sniffs there and it slowly starts walking to you, and it like sniffs the meat for a moment, looks at you, looks at the meat, and just quickly takes it from your hand, and then like lowers itself down a little bit with its front paws crossed as it just starts tearing into the meat you gave it. Estia.
So we all have to at least give this a try once. So I'm gonna observe what Valantha did, observe what Magnus attempted to do. I'm going to attempt to do it as well.
Okay. So,
however,
okay,
I'm gonna make the argument of using a willpower roll for this instead of a communications roll, because part of willpower is the confidence in which you conduct yourself. And with animals, you get the energy from them that you put out. So if you're confident with them, they're going to respond in kind.
So what willpower would you use?
Just straight willpower. Because willpower is your mental toughness, your discipline, your confidence.
I wouldn't like, because I'm looking at willpower and it's courage, faith, morale, and self-discipline. I don't think that's gonna apply here.
Which
Page
the description that I'm looking at is
page 19 on the player's book shows you what the focus is, what falls underneath each focus.
See, I'm looking at the actual description of willpower on page 18, which it says willpower encompasses mental toughness, discipline, and confidence.
Yes.
Which is why I was arguing for straight willpower instead of a focus.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say willpower in this sense. If you wanted to do animal handling or intimidation to like try to like make yourself appear to be the alpha dog or something, you could probably do that. Intimidation is a strength focus. In animal handling is a communication focus.
I have 0 in both of them, so I'll just do communication.
Okay.
And I'll take out a piece of dried meat and kind of hold it up so the Mabari has to look up at it, and be like, you back off and you sit and you will get your reward.
So that's going to be a total of 9.
Yep.
All right. Doggo here is going.
No communication. Ooh.
Nope.
Doggo here is going to get a +1 to the roll because it's already tasted your blood.
Ouch.
So
Warhounds, man.
You're like waving the meat in front of its face, like saying you sit and you get this treat, and its ears just flatten on its head and just it bares its teeth and getting ready to lunge at you a second time.
It's meat attached to more meat.
That's pretty much what it looks like. It's like, oh, this is a meat dispenser. Valantha. I think she's paused again.
She is.
I want to. I think. Can you not see me?
There we
Oh,
go.
no.
There you go. We
There
can see
we
you
go.
now. We can see you now. You were paused for paused for a little bit, and you're paused again.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. God, the internet just can't handle my 4 programs opening up. You know what? I'll switch camera after my break. Anyway, I want to pet the doggo
Okay.
behind the ear.
You can give me another animal handling roll. And I will give you a bonus +2 because you gave it food.
+2
And
on
you
top of
get-
that.
And you
And
got a
stunt
stunt.
points.
You got a stunt. Which can be a role-playing stunt.
Yep. Oh, shut up, Colin. You're not in this game right now. Let me see. Let's see. I guess sway the crowd. Hold on, let's see here. Personal efforts so effective that they spill over to others in the area. Yeah, no, that's because we're not exploring or anything yet,
Yep.
so it would probably be
A role-playing
the
stunt.
the sway the crowd looks like would be the closest thing where I kind of influence it, encourage it.
So your interpersonal efforts are so effective they start to spill over onto others in the area, and you affect one additional person of your choice past the original target. You may use this stunt multiple times on the same roll. However, if the test that gave rise to this stunt was an opposed test, you may not expend the effect to anyone who has a higher ability plus focus total than the original target. So technically you could try to win over the other dogs.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I have 5, so I could use. Okay, so I could influence Magnus's Mabari, and then you sway the crowd again to influence the one on Asthea.
Yep.
Okay, I will do that then.
Okay. So
And I will use my sweetest voice where I'm just like, "It's okay, doggos. We're just here to help you."
okay,
I use Ash's voice.
give me a second here.
My characters are mixing.
So Astia, you rolled a 10, a 16. Dog matched it, but I'm going to say that you're able to pet it behind the ear. And then I need another animal handling roll for Magnus's dog.
For me to do it or for Magnus?
No, for you to do it.
Me to do it? Okay.
Oh, that's right. She rolled an 18 because you got a +2 on top of that.
Yeah.
So that is an 11, 14, 16. So Magnus, you see your dog like let go of the gauntlet, and it looks over to Valentha and it starts wiggling its butt. But Valentha, you did not get a stunt to pull the other Mabari off of Astia.
Asthea.
Didn't
Okay.
she get to do that off of that
Can I use it
first
for my
roll?
double
Because
stunt?
she had enough stunt points to do it twice.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. So you can go ahead and do it to the other dog as well. So go ahead and give me that sway for the dog. That's on 15, 11. Again, it stops growling at you, and it sees Astia like petting and feeding the Mabari on her, and it just stops and it stands up and its ears perk as its butt begins to wiggle.
I am the dog whisperer. Sorry, Mabari whisperer.
Magnus.
I just kind of watched the dog back up a little bit here. Be like, okay.
All right.
She's got this under control.
So the Mabari on Astia looks at her and just trots over to Valantha, like nuzzling her, trying to like get in to see if like she has any more meat to give.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm imagining when I first started this, I'm doing the whole scene from like Jurassic World where they're like surrounding me, I'm like, whoa guys, whoa,
Yeah,
it's okay.
that's
This
pretty
is
much
cool,
what you're
it's
doing.
cool."
And like again, you get another dog on the other side of you. Like you just hear the sniffing as they're like both dogs on your side are sniffing around for more treats. Their butts just going like completely ape shit. And the third one, like after it eats the food, it sits down and looks at you with like its tongue hanging out of its mouth, and it gives like a very happy bark as it leaps forward and licks you on the face. Estia.
I'm so happy.
I don't want to really do anything to surprise the dog. So very slowly, with my hands in the air, I'm going to walk up behind Valantha. Not a word. I'm just going to take the meat that I had taken out for the dog and kind of tap Valantha on the shoulder and hold it out to her so she can take it, so she has more to give the dogs. Then I'm going to very slowly.
What side? What side do you hand it to her? The right or the left?
I had it in my left hand, so I'm tapping on her right shoulder.
Okay, so as soon as you reach the meat out, the dog that's on her right just lunges and takes the meat from you and just starts tearing it apart.
I just, hands up, back away.
Pet the dog. Let it know it's okay. Pet the dog. Pet the Mabari.
Are you actually telling me to do that?
I'm saying this, yeah, not as panicked, but yes.
Okay.
Just
Oh,
pet it
God.
now. Let it know it's
Okay.
okay. You're okay. I work with Hala. This is fine.
until it's like into eating the meat, and then I'll slowly reach my hand out to pat it on the head.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an animal handling.
Oh God,
because you are petting a dog while it's eating.
Yes, I am.
But I will give you a +2 because it likes. Oh God.
You got a stunt though.
You got a stunt.
But
the only thing is the bon mot.
Yeah. I don't think that's really going to do anything against him.
So you tag the perfect witty remark at the end of your action, affecting all those who hear it much more deeply. If you can't think of one, the rest of the players and GM can quickly brainstorm the options.
Let me just, sway that Mabari with my wit.
Yes, that's right. I am amazing and you are aware of it. Yes. I don't know.
I mean, I think what you could do is probably use it to where you're kind of like baby talking it and calling it a good dog.
Okay. Yeah. At the risk of it getting aggressive, I'll pat it on the head, and then I'll use that point to kind of kneel down and get eye level with it, so I'm not like a looming threat type of thing. Be like, oh, you're such a good boy, aren't you? Yes, you are.
All right, and like it stops for a moment, and like it covers its food, but the moment you like begin to like rub behind its ears and everything, it just jumps on you and just gives you the big lick across the face.
Yes. We're gonna have a horde Mabari that we're gonna get killed. Oh God.
It's undignified for a blood mage.
I feel like we're seeing her true colors right now.
And SD is just like, you're walking bomb 1, you're walking bomb 2.
Oh God, please no. Please no. This isn't Kingsman where you just like sacrifice your dog to just prove that you're a badass.
All right, I think with that, I think we can call the combat over, as just that all the dogs are just happily like tearing into the scraps that you've given them. And like upon further inspection, you can see that they're all like a little malnourished.
Oh. Magnus, can you come over here and take care of this one real quick? And I point to the one to my left.
Yes. Yes.
It's like,
And I
Right.
kind of hold out the meat tentatively in front of the dog because of how this ended last
And like
time.
you hand it out this time, and again, it just like rips the meat out of your hand. It just starts tearing into it happily.
Good.
All right. Well, I don't know about you, but Mabari are quite noble, loyal beasts. I say we take them with us for a while, but we should probably go hunting or something to help not only feed ourselves but to feed them as well.
And like the moment you say hunting to feed all of us, the one in front of you like gives a bark in agreement.
See? I think they agree.
Smart animals.
Well, they are quite smart. I know they're not quite common at all, really. Or pretty much non-existent in Tevinter as far as I know, but
I've never seen one before.
they're very smart. I mean, they are warhounds after all. They're incredibly smart, they're loyal, and they'll be your best friend.
Do with one of those in this land.
Are not small, are they?
No, they are not.
No, they're like
They're mastiffs.
quite, yeah, they're like mastiffs
Yeah,
basically.
they're huge mastiffs with a touch of wolf blood that stand as tall as a dwarf and just as wide.
Yeah.
There's this-
Yeah. No.
There's this whole running joke in the first game where they keep saying that like the dwarves can ride it, and they're like, "Hey, I'll put you on there and piggyback it." And the dwarf's like, "No."
It's right up there with tossing dwarfs. It's not acceptable.
Yeah. Well, I suppose we should go. I mean, we need food anyway for ourselves, so not that we're starving. Of course, we have some rations, but we should. If we're gonna get to move on, we might as well get some food real quick, feed them. We can move faster, so we don't have to stop as much if we can get a hearty kill, and then keep rushing forward. What do you all think?
As long as we keep moving forward and we're putting distance between us and whatever coming from Ostagar. I'm okay with this.
Agreed. And can I just say, and I slowly turn to look at Asthea, I don't mean to be rude, but I didn't really take you as a softy towards animals.
Well, I do enjoy not being eaten.
That's fair, but you kind of had a baby voice with this one. You went super cutesy with it.
Animals are much more agreeable than people.
That's true, they don't talk back.
No, they don't. Easier to tame, too.
Agreed. Well, I suppose, as I hope this doesn't come off wrong, but let's choose one and keep an eye on it, and let's go hunting real quick as we move north.
Okay, and with that, let's go ahead and take our first break of the night, as everybody now has their little doggo with them. I can't wait to see how this turns out horribly.
It's gonna be so bad. I already know it, but oh god, I'm gonna enjoy it while I can.
I have a minor fear of large dogs. This is horrible for me.
Oh yeah, this dog is the same height as Magnus.
Yeah, I know.
Just as muscly too.
Yeah, rather buff dog.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go ahead and take our first break of the night, and when we come back, we will find out how the hunting goes. But sickos, guys, we will be right back.
Oh, this is so good.
right. We are back.
Rude.
I'll
Fox.
continue
Fox.
that later.
We can definitely do that with spaghetti, but I definitely think there's going to be some objections from people.
Well, I
That's
was
true.
thinking more like a penne pasta, but you know,
Yeah,
Ooh,
maybe.
or tortellini?
yeah.
I'm kind
under
of
certain
sad that
circumstances.
I missed food talk.
Sure.
I'm gonna assume it was food talk.
Sure.
Yes.
Let's go with that.
Okay.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Speaking of food, TwitchCon is going to be amazing because of all the restaurants around Gaslamp.
Oh, I need to fly back to San Diego. Of course, the second I move from there.
No, I don't know if I'm going to TwitchCon this year.
Rude.
Only because I have had a stupid amount of expenses this year. Moving, building a house, all that kind of stuff. Costs a lot of money that I don't have. So
Yeah, I'm gonna try to
Plus-
go if I can.
it costs me between $3,000 and $4,000 every year for TwitchCon.
Oh, yeah, that's a
Yes.
lot.
So
Keep in
international.
mind, for us Canadians, it's that, hey, you're flying over the border, extra $200 on your ticket.
Yeah.
Why don't you just drive down and then fly out?
I could, but that would involve either paying for parking to leave my car at the airport or having somebody drive me down there or renting a car and leaving it down there, all of which just still cost more money.
Hey, I'm just saying, you're like what, 2-3 hours away from me?
I
Could park my
am.
car at my soon potential place in the future.
Although
just saying.
after I move, it'll be more like 6 to 7 hours, which still isn't very much.
Yeah.
It's
Not even a day drive.
No.
Anyways,
We digress.
yes.
Anyways, you got some doggos.
We did.
And you said you were going to you go hunting to gather some food for the group and the dogs.
Yes.
So who all is hunting? Who's an experienced hunter? All right.
You can't see it, but my hands are as low to the ground as they could be.
She's like, I have people for that.
So Estia, you and the original Mabari that you made friends with set out into the hinterlands, leaving Estia and Magnus behind with the other two dogs. And you begin to wander around the forests and some of the open parts of the hinterlands, looking for anything, any sort of game that you can score to feed the group. So what I'm going to need from you, because you are a hunter, is going to be possibly, yeah, it's going to be perception. So if you have searching.
Damn it. Okay.
No, I'm sorry, tracking. If you have tracking.
Damn it, I don't.
You don't. Okay.
Looks like you don't need it, though.
So I still have pretty good perception,
So-
but yeah, I just don't have that specifically.
11, 13, with a 16, as you're going along, you come across an elk just grazing in an open field, nothing else around it. And you can hear that, like, the anticipating, like, footsteps of the dog as it's kind of like dancing in place, looking at you like, can we kill it? Can we kill it?
It's like, hold on just a moment. And I'm gonna go as soon as my arrow goes, then we can get it.
And
I'm
as
gonna-
you say that, it just like hunches down and gets ready to spring.
Good doggo. Okay. And I'm gonna shoot the elk.
All right, give me an attack roll. It's a good shot.
And you get 2 stun points.
Oh, I do.
And you get 2 stunt points on this poor animal.
Okay, let's see here. 2 I can either knock it prone or and then the Mabari I guess could jump it. Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna knock it prone, and then that will be like the Mabari's cue to kind of pounce on it.
Okay, so your shot goes into like its hind corners As it begins to run, the wound kind of trips it up as it falls to the ground. And the moment that that arrow took flight, the Mabari just launched from your side. As you just see it just turn into like this little fur missile as it just runs towards the elk. And the moment it falls to the ground, it just lunges at its neck. And its jaws clamp around it. And as it flips, you just hear an audible snap.
Yeah. Good doggo. And I'm gonna run up next to it, just kind of inspect to see like, oh, is it good? Is it good?
As it still has the like elk's neck in its jaws, and it's looking up at you with like these very wide eyes, and it's still wiggling its butt.
You're such a good Mabari. We work so well together. You will be my new hunting dog. This is great. All right, let's bring it back then, and let's feed you guys. And I'll help carry it.
It's like you
Drag
help
it.
carry it, but he just like begins like trotting along, dragging it by the neck.
That works. All right. We'll bring it back to camp. I'll just kind of guide it at that point, going like, all right,
Okay.
we're going this way.
And while they're out hunting, what are Magnus and Estia doing?
Taking 5 to recover a bit of health after I got bit by a dog. Let's see, what is that?
Yeah,
Five.
that's about where I'm at.
5 plus con plus level. That's what the thing is, I think. Okay. Yeah. And I guess just trying to, what's the word for it? Imprint, I guess, on the Mabari that is now
Trying to bond with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Magnus is going to be basically, I mean, if you've ever seen someone tentative about petting a dog before, that's exactly what you're witnessing. It's gonna murder me. It's gonna murder me.
And every time you put your hand out for the dog, his head just comes into your hand, just like headbutting it like it wants pets.
I'm familiar with that from my cats. There's going to be like a minor flinch every time it happens. It's like getting used to this.
And
Dog.
the Mabari notices like your hesitation, so it begins to go a little bit slower with you. It's like it's trying to bond with you instead of you bond with it.
Who's taming who, really?
Right. So how long does the hunting take? Like how long is Valentha?
They're probably gone for about an hour and a half.
Okay, so probably by the time they come back, Estia will be just sitting, I know this is a surprise, but sitting on the ground with her back up against this rock in the filthy dirt, with the Mabari next to her, and she's just petting it.
And as you're petting the Mabari, you notice that it takes a very prim and proper seating stance next to you.
Good boy.
Very tall and elegant pose with its arms like out in front of it. Like it's like getting that sense that you expect the best and you are the best. So it's like trying to present that it is the best.
Gonna have to get this thing a super fancy collar when we find it town.
Yeah, it's pretty much looking like a stoic statue at the moment.
That's actually a thing in Dragon Age where they have like a bejeweled.
They have the bejeweled collars and everything.
That's a thing.
That I can just see it now. But it'll have to be in red, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Red and golds.
So while the two of you are trying to bond with your Mabari, you begin to hear a very audible dragging noise as Valentha and her Mabari come back into camp dragging this large elk.
Found some pretty good food. Enough for us and the dogs to last us for the journey, at least. For now. How's it over here?
All I do when you're walking back is I just point to the mage sitting on the ground.
And the very stoic looking dog next to her.
She doesn't even have like a rug or a shawl like beneath her. Is she okay?
Not only is she sitting on the ground, but she's also smiling.
I can't tell if meeting this Mabari is a good thing or a really creepy thing because this is weird. But I think I like it. Asthea?
Oh, you found some food.
I
Wonderful.
did. How's it going along with your Mabari?
Quite a nice animal.
Seems to take a liking to you, the way it's sitting.
It has, hasn't he?
Well, I'm going to prepare some of this meat. We'll take just a very short rest. I'll try to get this done as quick as possible. And we had breakfast not too long ago, so I'm not particularly hungry, but I definitely want to feed the Mabari before we continue on. So just wait a moment longer and we'll keep going.
Do you need a hand with that?
No, I mean, it's all right. I can work pretty fast with this by myself, unless you are pretty handy with a blade and don't mind blood squirting all over you.
Oh, no. I was going to volunteer Magnus.
Oh, okay, that's okay. No, I'm good. Thank you, though. I appreciate the offering of another person.
Well, you're quite welcome.
I'm gonna go and start carving the meat and like salt it and all that good stuff. Give some to all three Mabari. Some nice, because they're malnourished, some nice hearty pieces of meat to all three Mabari.
I'm trying to see on the skill list here if there's something you could use to skin the animal.
Oh god.
I'm assuming it would probably be something out of a dexterity roll.
Well, I know what next ability, whenever that eventually happens.
I think it may be cunning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dex or cunning.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do a cunning one.
Okay. I keep forgetting I have special abilities that I just can't use, and one's called scouting.
The scout forgets she has scouting.
Well, it's more it helps out more when you're fighting than anything else, but still. Okay, so a dexterity?
Yes. No, not a dexterity, a cunning. I'm sorry, a cunning.
Oh, cunning. Cunning.
Okay, so you're able to skin and clean the hide, and you're able to get a rather hefty portion of meat cut up to give to both the dogs and still have leftover for the group as well. So all of you can eat rather well if you choose to.
I'm going to point out the 5 stunt points on that too.
Indeed, I didn't even notice the 5 stunt points. I don't really know what you would use that for.
Oh, let's see. Hold on.
Actually, I guess you could use the exploration ones for things like efficient search or something.
Yeah, let's see. Resources at hand. Follow a sustainability test you're making. You're considered to have the focus until the time the venue changes. Oh, where I could choose a focus. Okay. That actually could be pretty handy for us moving forward. It's just one of those, like, I kind of have it on hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, speedy search, efficient search. Yeah, you know what? I will save that and use it with a focus I don't have if I need to search or scout again, which we probably might have to in the near future. So I will use resources at hand.
Resources at hand. Choose a focus that you don't have that falls under the same ability as the test you're making. You are considered to have that focus until the time or venue changes. The GM may require you to explain how this bonus arises from the environment and deny it if you can't make a reasonable suggestion. All right. So if you need to look at the list of the focuses for cunning, it's on page 19 of the player's guide.
Okay.
But yeah, you could also add the elk hide to your inventory.
Cool. I'm sorry, you said page 19, you said?
Page 19, the player's guide.
Okay, cool.
That's actually really handy.
Weirds, that is awesome.
I'm like, oh, that's really cool. That's actually pretty nifty to have, so you can use a focus you don't have. That's really cool. Okay, so I may need a moment to kind of look through them, but yeah, I'll harvest the elk meat. I'll definitely be good and give everyone, split it 3 ways so everyone else has their own share as well.
Okay.
Give all those fatty chunks to the Mabari.
Hey, I like some of the fat. But yes.
Okay, so after all of that is done, you've probably like spent a good 2.5, 3 hours between the hunting and the cleaning and the cooking and everything like that. So by the time that you're done with everything, it's about midday.
All right, we should probably keep going. Can I hear to see if I know we're in the forest, so it might be hard to see on the horizon, but can we hear or see if that line of smoke or anything has gotten closer at all?
You can give me a perception roll
Okay.
with seeing.
Oh, oop.
It looks like the smoke has gotten closer. Though you don't really hear anything to like signify that a fight has begun or anybody is nearby, but the smoke is definitely getting closer.
All right, I think that's enough. I think that's a long enough break for now. We should probably keep going. We have lots of ground to cover still.
Quicker we get to civilization, the better.
Well, I mean, don't hold your breath. Lothering was a small town to begin with, and it got destroyed several years ago, and I don't know where they are in the rebuilding. It's not like I visit, but at least it has civilization, as far as I know. But let's keep going. I'll pack up all my knives, my daggers.
all your skinning utensils.
Yeah.
It's just a
Got a
big
couple
roll
daggers.
of knives, isn't it?
Pretty much. It's just like in a leather pouch. It's just got my hook and all that. Yeah.
All right, so you begin to wander up through you're still sticking to the forests, right? Trying to stick into as thick of cover as possible so nobody sees you making your way to Lothering.
Yes.
All right, so what I need from Valantha, since she is taking points here, is I am going to need a navigation roll from you.
Okay.
As you are leading everybody through the hinterlands.
Is that cunning?
That is cunning, yes.
Okay. You know what? Just so we don't get lost, I'm gonna use my focus for this.
Okay.
So I don't know what's the plus on that. I actually don't know.
You add I think you add the you add 1 point to it because it would be 1 point in cunning.
Yeah.
The if it's an actual focus that's being used, it's the focus adds +2. That's the minimum for a focus to.
Okay.
So it would add a +2 to your cunning focus.
Okay, so this +2.
All right, so we got 7, 8, 11, 13.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so you're able to keep everybody on the right track, and you begin to navigate through the navigate a little more through the forest, and you come across a rather grisly sight about another 2 hours into your travels north, as you see a overturned carriage, not a carriage, but an overturned cart with multiple cages.
You have another text message.
And apparently Cullen just wants to interrupt me.
Cullen, baby, I'm busy. Wrong elf, wrong elf. Anyway.
But it looks like these are cages that would house Mabari, but they've been broken apart. And
This is where they came from.
You can see that there are a couple of Mabari corpses on the ground that have been torn up. And the carriage driver himself is severed in two. And given the look of the marks on the Mabari and the condition of the cart driver, you assume that they probably ran into a bear at some point.
Oh.
But it looks like the corpses have been here for a couple days. And given the malnourished look that the Mabari that you have that currently had when they encountered you, they've probably been on their own since then.
Oh. I'm going to inspect the ground to see. I know you said like a couple days, but just kind of inspect it and scout to see if the bears are still in the area or if they may be local, like if there's like multiple tracks that have been here throughout the last couple days, like kind of returning or passing through sort of thing.
You can give me a tracking roll, which is under perception. All right, so you track around. You could see that the bear hasn't come back since the attack. The tracks that you do find are a couple days old, and it looks like it's headed off to the northwest.
The northwest.
The northwest.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna turn back to the group and be like, all right, well, I can assume that this is where the Mabari came from. The good news is that it looks like bear tracks that may have attacked it, but they're old and they're heading away from the direction that we're kind of going towards, so just be cautious. Doesn't mean they won't come back or come back in the direction we're going, so just keep an eye out, all right?
All right.
Surely we won't get jumped with these hounds at our side.
No, and thankfully they might be able to alert us before we get jumped. The hearing is, just like any animal's, much higher than ours, but if nothing else, it'll be a good warning.
And as you're saying that, Magnus, you get a bump against your hip as your Mabari has a bag in its mouth.
Hip?
Yeah, into your hip. Like your Mabari just like hip checked you with its head.
I'm impressed the thing didn't hit me in the back of the head. Considering how tall and bar. I turn around and look.
And you can see that it's got like a white cloth pouch in its mouth.
What do you have?
He drops it at your feet and there's an audible clink.
I pick it up, look inside.
Inside you find 1 gold, 35 silver. Given that the sack is a little bit bloody, it looks like it may have belonged to the carriage driver.
Well, aren't you just the most useful, lovable thing? And they're not at all big and scary and
You seem awfully nervous around the Mabari. Are you all right?
I'll be fine.
Is it because
Sorry,
it's about
1
to
gold, how much?
35 silver.
35.
Is it because it's as big as you?
That would be part of it.
This is your first time around a Mabari?
Yes.
Oh, we have.
I've seen them at a distance. I've just never been this close to one. And I reach out and pet the Mabari on the head that brought me the bag.
And again, like your hand comes near it and his head goes instantly into your hand.
Well, at least this one's not trying to eat you.
No. And
this is pretty much what Magnus's dog looks like.
That is
This
a
big
Mabari.
old buff dog.
I empty the coins out of the bloody pouch into the non-bloody one I'm carrying. Like, we'll just leave the blood-soaked bag here.
That's probably smart.
Would a quick inspection tell me if any of the Mabari corpses or the driver happen to have, say, any collars on them, dog collars?
You can look if you wish to give me a searching roll, which is perception.
I will. I am
So
just not
7,
good with
8, 9.
dice in this game.
You find a couple of them, but they're in very poor condition. It looks like they've been damaged in the scuffle.
No, thank you.
All right, Zoro said she will be right back. So have you guys thought of names for your Mabari? Because I'm gonna need to create character sheets for him.
I'm afraid to say it, but I'm almost tempted to put the poll out to chat for dog names.
I love it. Dude, how do we do that? Does straw poll allow you to submit your own?
No.
Does
But
not, unfortunately.
You have a solution for this.
You could do it in a Google form.
Fur missile, walking bomb, and dwarf riding horse.
God damn it, Law.
Jimmy, Timmy, and Sloan. Would Jimmy be Jimmy too?
We can't name one Jimmy because then it's just destined to die.
Yeah. And bring about another blight.
Oh, a double blight.
One blight cancels out the other, right? That's how it works?
No. They're not opposing factions every time you get one. Doesn't work that way.
I mean, you can try it, but I don't think you're going to like the results.
What if we just cause so many blights that they like start to stack and then the number gets reset because it hits the top of the works like a computer, right?
No.
No? That's not how it works?
Well, we also don't know what happens to the last ones other than they're dead. So out of the 7 gods, we have 3 left. So I'm assuming we only can trigger 2 more, and that's about it, because the others are dead.
Perfect. We'll just trigger them all at once.
There's
get it
also,
all done.
There's a 4th along with that nobody talks about.
I was gonna say, oh god.
Yeah, so while Razor, you stepped away, I was asking if you guys had thought about the names for the Mabari.
Oh,
and
yes.
Raven said that
What did they think?
He was gonna leave it to chat for Magnus's dog.
Oh god, what does chat come up with?
Well,
and
well, Gimme has been suggested, and I'm really, this is how we got into the second blight.
Scrappy Doo.
I like laws. I like laws with fur missile, walking bomb, and riding horse.
Oh.
This sounds very much Argonian, and we're in the wrong universe for that.
No, I actually I thought of my Mabari's name when we went on break, so okay. I have a name.
So what is your Mabari's name?
Soran.
Can you spell that?
Soran, but with the Dalish pronunciation, Soran.
And what does Soran stand for in Dalish?
It's not so much that it stands for something. It's actually named after a Emerald Knight that was known for being a great hunter with a bow.
All right. So when Raven and Fox, when you guys decide the names of your Mabari, let me know.
I actually like Wisp's suggestion. For mine, I like Steinbeck. We're gonna go with it. Doing it.
I can't name my Mabari after my. Well, I'd have to do my human noble if I did it, but I've always named my Mabari Basker with like a UR at the end because of it was just like a funny play off of the Hounds of Baskerville.
I approve of this.
After season 1, every dog I get in any game is named Beauregard.
Oh, there you go. Poor
Um,
Beauregard.
I think I'm probably gonna name mine Darinius, who
Spell
was
that,
it's
please.
Darinius.
Okay.
He was the first Archon and the founder of the Tevinter Imperium.
Ooh, someone's going historic. Oh, we both did. We both went history with our dogs.
Seems fitting, especially since mine's acting, all prim and proper.
Well, it's when a Mabari sometimes bonds with somebody, they take on their personality types at times. And seeing as how you fed it, and Astia always carries herself in that prim and proper way,
So
you've
this
got a
one's
prim and proper dog.
gonna be prim and proper on the outside, but on the inside, like really quick to temper.
Oh yeah, very, very bloodthirsty at times.
Just like the owner.
Okay. So when you left Zoro, Estia found some Mabari tags in the wreckage, but they were all damaged.
Oh. Is that the part in the game where you're like, oh no, the dog's name is Damage. What shall we rename it? And then the bar pops up for you to type it in.
Yep.
That's not what I meant, but that's not what I intended, but sure, that's why everyone named it. You got the name prompt.
It's just like in the game when you leave the Kukari Wilds.
Yep.
It's like, oh, look at this dog. Name it.
Give it a name. It's in your group.
That's fantastic. I love it. Okay, good. Can we tell how old the dogs are?
Judging from the look of the dogs, even within their malnourished state, they're probably young adult.
Okay. And was that the only thing that was found on the cart? Was just the damage tags, nothing else?
It just looks like the damage tags.
Okay. All right, well, let's keep going before we have bears to deal with. Potentially.
And the remainder of your travel doesn't really seem to be much of a hassle. You're able to get through more of the forest without anybody coming across you or running into any incidents with bears or giant spiders or bears riding giant spiders.
Hey, that's a thing.
It is a thing. And so the sun begins to set. As you're walking the tree line, you can see it the light breaking through lower and lower as time goes by, and the stars begin to take over the sky, giving you a sense that it's probably time to settle down for camp if you'd like.
Well, I think we agreed we would try to mush on a bit at night
Okay.
to get a little bit ahead with maybe a short rest.
All right. Are you using anything for a light source?
I don't. It wouldn't shed much light, but it will be some light. I can summon my spell wisp, which would more or less just illuminate us. It won't really illuminate what's in front of us, but
I have a
at least we won't get lost or separated from each other.
I have a really good question since I have no clue. The races have different vision levels like I'd be expecting?
Not like dark vision or anything like that.
Okay, so we're not dealing with that. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like D&D terms to where you have dark vision.
Drow ultravision.
Yeah. I'm an elf. I have dim light. We're in a forest and I have a flint and steel. So can I find a piece of healthy looking wood and just light it like a torch?
Are you wrapping anything around it or are you just burning the torch?
I probably would wrap something around it. Yeah, I got a little bit of cloth I could use. Just kind of wrap it. Make it burn a little slower.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to like make a little makeshift torch that will probably last you about an hour and a half until it burns out.
Okay, that's fine. Just to keep us going for a little bit.
Before you light the torch, I think Esthea is going to kind of call out to you and be like, don't light that quite yet. If you want it to burn for a long time, perhaps you should rub some of that deer fat on it first.
How do you know this? You don't seem like the campy type.
Oh, I'm not. Books, my dear.
All right, I can see that. All right, give it a go.
All right, so rubbing the deer fat on it will give you about another hour's worth of time. So you have about 2.5 hours worth of time with that torch before it burns out.
Yay, Fox! And as we're walking forward, obviously constantly keeping an eye out, I'm gonna kind of turn and look at Esthea and go, you know, it's only been a day, but you've drastically changed. Or at least you're showing a different side of you that I never imagined you had in you.
I think the term you're looking for is less angry.
Less passive aggressive, angry, pompous.
Do you
Many words.
want to continue with that, or do you continue insulting me, or are we...
I'm not really insulting you. It's just that was how you came off.
Yes, well, we didn't exactly meet each other in the best of circumstances, did we?
No.
I woke up in a cart with a dirty rag shoved in my mouth, and then I was captured by barbaric Templars, and another dirty rag was shoved in my mouth.
Well, it does get you in trouble.
I'm gonna let that one slide.
Just say, don't go around saying that you're from Tevinter, or, I mean, your attire says it all, but don't just flat out say, I'm a mage.
I never said I was. Just that I'm from Tevinter. Is that against the law in this land?
No,
It's
but
not.
unfortunately, screaming I'm from Tevinter also implies that you're a mage. They're not always right, but it's a sort of assumption. So,
Yes, well,
Especially when you come off as I'm privileged. A little less of that, and people will just give you weird looks instead of arresting you.
throwing you in a cell.
Can I get a navigation roll from Valantha as you are traveling through night?
You sure can. Cunning, right?
It is
Perception?
navigation is cunning.
I wish I could keep that open, but it slows down my computer.
Oh, you're fine.
Ooh, wait, I got a stunt.
You got a stunt, which is probably good because as you're walking through the forest, everything, you see a very fresh bear print in the mud.
Frack me.
No bear.
Should that be more than 2 years of it? Okay. Efficient search. I kind of already did that. Speedy search. What makes me wonder? Another perception test. Because was it 5 points?
Yes, you have 5 points.
Okay. I'd like to use resources at hand again, but I feel like I will use no, not efficient search. Sorry, there's like a lot to read. I will use the object of my attention to give me a +1 bonus to further tests when it comes to perceiving things.
Okay.
And then I will also use I guess I'll leave it up to you if I can hold this, I guess. Efficient search.
If resources of any kind are typically consumed in the course of your test, you only use half. I wouldn't say that because you haven't really consumed any resources.
Yeah. Okay, maybe more speedy search.
Speedy
I
search,
can
yes.
quickly look faster of like, fuck bear.
You
See it before
definitely
it sees
can.
me. Hey, calm down, please. You're not my Mabari right now.
He's like, what, you said bear?
Is there a bear? Where's the bear?
It's like, why are you asking me? I'm not a Mabari.
You kind of look like one. You're a mini Mabari. So yeah, I'm gonna do the object of my attention and speedy search. To find, maybe I could actually get my Babari's help too to see like where the direction of maybe a bear is located.
Yeah, if you call in your Mabari's aid, he walks over to the print. He starts to sniff, and his ears go flat back as he looks at you, and he points off to the west a bit, and you can see like combined with your torch and the brief night sky, you can see the outline of what looks to be a cave, probably a good like 60-70 feet away from you.
Gonna kind of hold up my hand to kind of stop the rest of the group. Give a quiet scratch behind the ear of my other dog, rewarding it being a good boy. And I'm gonna point over in the direction where the cave is. Let's go around. Hide in the brush. Don't make any sound. And I'm going to try to lead them further east and kind of hide a little bit in the brush to go around it.
Okay. Let's see here. Is there a yep. Go ahead and give me a dexterity focus of stealth. And this will be for everyone.
Okay.
So everyone needs to give me a dex focus of stealth. All right, Valantha's fine.
I'm going to change my dice color first.
Dice jail.
Let's see. Let's
The
go.
Roll20 version of Dice Jail. Change the color.
This color looks weird. Let's go with that. Like a salmon.
It's salmon.
Better than I have been rolling, so I'll take it.
All right, you're all fine. You're able to get like get around the bear cave without alerting anything. Estia, your Mabari kind of like leads you along the way, like knocking like sticks that you would have stepped on out of the way, kind of like looking at you like, keep up.
Come on, bro.
Don't you sass me too, dog.
Dog's gonna be permanent sass mode for you.
This is probably a shot in the dark, probably the stupidest thing to ask, but could I recognize any of the bear tracks as being potentially the same ones we saw with the cart?
You can give me you could give me an animal handling check for that one.
There, frick.
Hold on, before you roll that. No, you can give me natural lore, which is cunning.
Oh, cultural lore, but that's okay. We got a stunt.
You did get a stunt. You have 2 stunt points.
Maybe this will help me a little bit.
You have a total of 10, so let's see if there's anything that can help you.
Speedy's God. You think with the word efficient search would be helpful? Like, oh, I'm going to do a better job at this. No. Crap. There's nothing really like. There's nothing really useful, I guess. Yeah. Nope. There's really nothing to kind of.
Okay.
Help
So,
me. If I had 3, it would have been better.
With the
Oh, well.
10, you're not entirely sure.
Okay.
You kind of feel that it's like the only thing you can determine is it's a bear.
It's a bear.
It's
Okay.
definitely a bear, but you can't you can't determine if it's the same one that attacked the Mabari trader back a couple hours away.
Okay. All right. We'll just keep moving on
Okay.
stealthily.
Bear doesn't bother you. Everyone's able to get by it.
Dodge that bullet, guys.
You go a little bit up due to that. As time goes by, the torch begins to flicker out. So if you want some light to be able to set up a camp, now would be the time.
I think the fat's starting to run dry. Should we take a short rest here before we continue forward? Give ourselves a break.
Yes.
I think we'll need it if we're to travel all day tomorrow as well.
Yes, but
No.
I'm also thinking maybe we travel just a couple hours earlier in the morning. That way we can get a bit of a head start as well. So if
Well,
that's all right with everyone else.
At
we
least
make it
we
count.
have food now.
Leaf, thank you for that. Thank you for the sub, dude. Get some love in the chat for Leaf. I'm gonna just spam all the mimic hearts and the cats, the displacer beasts. I love that displacer beast emote.
It's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Sable.
I mean, if we want more food, we know where to find it.
Well, I will say with how clean the kill was and how well your roll was, you still have some of the meat left over.
Okay. But if we need more, there's a bear cave over there.
Yeah, if you want some bear meat. I mean, I can't guarantee you or the Mabari will survive, but there's definitely a bear if you want to go try to eat it.
And who's to say there's only one? So, yeah. All right. Nope, we're good with our elk. We're good.
Okay. So since you guys are making camp for the night, I'm going to need a roll from one person here. You guys can decide who it is, but it's going to be, let's see, what would I have you roll for this? Is there no survival roll?
Survival, from what I've been gathering, is kind of based out of cunning.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do a cunning roll. One of you can do it. This is for setting up the camp.
Oh, Lord.
You know what? I've already gone this far. I'll do it.
All right, so you're able to beat 10, so you're able to build a successful camp.
I would like to use a stunt point to use advantage positioning, so that way we're in a good spot so we don't get the jump on us.
All right, you can definitely use that. So anybody who is using watch, you do have like a high vantage point that you can look down upon, so you can get the jump on anything that may be trying to wander into the camp. But we will do that once we come back from our second break for the night. Everyone who's watching, thank you for tuning in tonight. We absolutely love you guys. This is not something we can do without you. If you like the show and you haven't yet hit that follow button, we've currently got 3 shows a night, or not 3 shows a night, Jesus, 3 shows a week. On Tuesdays, which is Gibbering Mouthers, it's our 5th edition D&D homebrew game. Tonight, which is Blood and the Grey, which is our Dragon Age RPG. And then on Sundays, we have Waist High and Waterdeep, which is our Dragon Heist campaign. We also have a tweet out announcing that the show is live, so if you guys can do us a favor and hit that retweet button to get the word out. But yeah, we're going to take a break here for about like 5 short minutes, get up, stretch your legs, get some of the drink, and we will be right back. Okay. I need to find the button. Where is the button? There is the button. We are back.
No spoilers.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, whomever wants to do it, can give me percentile rolls.
You know what? I feel like I got the crew through a lot of shit today.
I'll do percentiles. Let me just set down this very, very content cat.
Yeah, I think as soon as the camp is like finished, SD is just like the conversation we were having earlier. We'll finish it tomorrow. I'm going to bed.
I'm done tracking for the night. I'm hitting the hay. Magnus, I'll be up next.
I think I remember how to do this.
Your cat is looking at you like, what the hell?
She is so spoiled. When I was out grocery shopping, I picked her up a fresh piece of tuna from the fish shop.
Oh,
She's
happy kitty.
If
spoiled.
I did that for one of my cats, Felix would be tripping me for days wanting more tuna.
Yeah, that.
Where is it?
She
Where is
got
it, Dad? Where
she
is
got
it?
fresh uncooked tuna.
No, he gets upset if he doesn't get his canned food after we eat dinner. So he'll follow me up and down the hallway, and sometimes he'll even like attack the back of my leg because I'm not giving him food.
My dog does the same thing every single time I give him sweet potato fries. It's like crack to him. Where is it, Mom? Oh, I know you got the goods.
So with the roll of 58, the night passes without issue. Though it looks like a cat is gonna like want attention as it's just staring at.
It's like, Dad.
Hey, hey, pay attention to me.
She does this all the time. I'm immune to it now.
Bitch, did I say I was done with you?
It's like, you have some nerve. I am the princess here.
Now I'm distracted by the cat.
So am I.
This never ends.
Bitch, pay attention to me.
See, I can't say no to cats. I'd pick her up and put her in my lap.
Yeah, that's I think what we're gonna
Sadly, I can't say no.
So, you said you're waking up early in the day.
Like probably where it's still dark, but it's like before dawn.
It's like the last 45 minutes before dawn.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Just before you see the light in the horizon.
So you just eat a quick meal and set out again.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys begin to set out once again. Go ahead and give me another navigation roll. Valantha, since you are still leading the group through the hinterlands.
Crap, I've already forgot. That's cunning, right?
That is cunning, yes.
Okay.
All right, you still beat the target number, so you begin leading them up to the north, but you see that about 2 hours into your journey, the tree line breaks and you're out in the open now. As a little off in the distance, you can see rooftops and smoke coming from them, to where you can only assume that is Lothering. Not like smoke coming off like as they're on fire, but smoke coming out of chimneys.
The morning fire kind of.
The morning fire, everybody is like warming the house up, putting the kettle on and just starting their day.
I'm going to quickly scan the opening just to make sure there's nothing out there so we don't like, oh yay, and just run across the field and all of a sudden like bears
Everywhere.
Bears
Okay,
everywhere.
you
I've
can
played
give
the
me
Hinterlands.
you can give me a searching roll then, which is perception.
Oh, that's right. Searching and seeing are different.
Searching is like you're scanning the horizon. Seeing is if you're like that's like a basic perception check in D&D.
Okay.
All right, as you scan around, your eyes do catch two younger looking humans out about, like walking through the hinterlands. Both of them have a quiver over their shoulder and an arrow in their hands. And given the way that they look, that you can assume they are possibly just hunters.
Okay. All right. I'm going to pay them no mind then. I don't see them as a threat, so we'll just keep walking forward. I think we found something, guys. I think we're almost there.
finally out of this forest.
Oh, well, this forest. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not too bad. It's mostly farmland and a little more flat land as if we make our way to Denerim, but there's bits of forest here and there, but this is probably the most heavily. It's the south. Let's just say the south is probably the most heavy in forest. So, yay.
Well, at least out in the open, we can see things before they jump us.
True, but I do have a suggestion, and I am not insulting you when I say this, but I'm thinking maybe when we get into town, we can get you either new clothes or at least a cloak to kind of hide a bit of the flash of your outfit. So you're not so obvious to most people, so you don't get into trouble, of course.
You want me to hide myself?
Not yourself, just all of your
Here,
gems.
My
gold.
flash is me.
Well, can't hide your personality, but I can at least hide some of that gold.
And while you're having this conversation about that, you can notice that there is like parts of like dirt and dried mud on Astia's clothing from the traveling and the multiple instances of combat. A couple tears here and there from where she's been attacked.
Why you gotta do me like this?
Well, because you keep
True.
getting pincushioned every fight.
That's true, yes. And Jimmy did slash right across my
Yeah.
chest as well.
So
And you got bit by a dog.
while she has while she had that flash, it kind of is a little
Like a patina now.
it's a little done down because of all like the dirt and cuts and everything.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if you were wearing a hood up or something when your skull got caved against the side of a wall.
Oh, she was not wearing a hood, but that like matted blood is still in her hair, and it's she's doing her best to pretend it's not there.
Aside from the way that she carries herself, unless like you assume that unless she just starts saying, "Lol, I'm from Tevinter, bow to me," like once you enter town, she may be fine if she keeps a low profile.
And then people might have trouble taking that seriously.
Well, I mean, if she decides to clean herself up, I imagine she would.
Oh yes.
When you're like as you begin to push out into the open field from the cover of the tree line, you notice probably about 30 feet out from it, one of the hunters that Valentha saw begins to like wave at you, and they begin to like do like a little soft jog towards you.
I don't wave back, but I'll wait for them. I mean, I'll keep walking, but I'm not like changing my direction or anything like that. I'm just like, oh yay, they're coming towards us.
You know, just in case, because I do get slapped around a lot.
Okay. And
Probably good.
as you see them running towards you, you hear like that audible sound once again of the earth beginning to crawl up onto Astia's body as she summons her rock armor.
I feel like since it's familiar to me, I don't even look back. I'm just like, yeah, it's probably smart.
Par for the course.
Yeah, all right.
Be assuming she's going to get her skull caved again.
The two young men come up to you. One of them looks like he may be 16, the other one a little bit younger, maybe 14. And they notice the three of you, and they kind of look at the dwarf for a moment and then look at Astia, and then like their eyes lock on to Valentha. Hello there. Funny seeing other people up this or down this far south. Is everything okay?
Well, there's a town here, is there?
Yeah, about that way. And he points over to where Lothering is at.
Then why is it weird that some travelers come by to a town?
Not many people come from the south. The only thing down there that's we know of is the would-be Templars in the fort.
Yes, well, we came from the south not by choice, so
Are you hunters?
Of sorts.
Oh God, no.
So you're a hunter, as he points to Valantha.
My nod.
Ah, perfect. So are we. We are just out here today earning our daily pay.
Just be careful of the bear.
Bear?
So they're about a few miles south from here. But to be completely honest, maybe you should not go south for a while. There's some trouble going south. It'd probably be best for you to go more north or perhaps west.
Trouble? Well, what sort of trouble? The Templars aren't thinking of attacking Lothering, are they?
No,
No.
Oh, that's
just
good.
be cautious.
Okay.
Just don't go south for a while.
Don't go south and watch out for the bears. Okay. Well, a bear would fetch a nice price back in town, but two people are ill-equipped to fight something like that. I think we'll stick to the deer.
Especially a bear that seems to have torn up a bunch of hounds and their driver.
Wait,
Smart boys.
wait, what? As like the 14-year-old says that. Like, a driver and Mabari were torn up.
Oh yes. The driver appeared to be ripped right in twain.
As you see a very sorrowful look cross his face.
So,
Subtlety of a rock.
I guess we know what happened to Houndmaster Rufus. I guess we will have to deliver this news.
he was a local here.
He was the Houndmaster in Lothering.
Oh, fuck.
He was supposed to be heading south to deliver some Mabari to the Templars down in the forts.
I don't think they'll be needing those now.
Yes, well, I'm afraid if he headed south, he
Yeah.
wouldn't have met a much better fate than he did here.
Well, that's bad news.
Yeah, so don't
Though-
go south for a while then.
I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but you three look like death worn over. Have you been in a town recently?
Town is being
No offense
generous.
taken.
Well, if you are in need of a bed or new clothing, as he looks over to Estia, Lothering would be a good stop. I mean, it is still a shell of its former glory, but it has its uses.
I'm sorry, young man. Were you implying something with that glance?
It's
think-
just your clothing is torn up, miss.
Yes, I am aware. Thank you.
Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh,
Can you still hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. Do you want me to
Oh,
put
great.
your cam's down?
Yeah, it's
Do you want me to
Yeah,
put up do you want me to put up the character art for you?
yeah, because it's bad. I didn't even hear that entire conversation because my computer's glitching out so bad. So
All right, that's not a problem.
yeah, sorry guys.
Let me get the let me get Valantha's image here.
One more month. One more month. Potentially.
Don't worry, you didn't miss much in that conversation. It was just Esthea sassing the kid for calling her clothes dirty.
Oh, right. Yes.
I mean, what you're wearing has seen better days.
And he shakes his head and he's like, "No, I don't mean dirty. I mean it's in rags."
Please, somebody make this child stop speaking to me.
But don't worry, we're going there to clean ourselves up anyway. Just beyond your way north. Don't need to go south.
North, not south. Okay, we can do that.
It's for your own well-being. Trust us.
Actually, young man, you seem to be quite familiar with this area, are you not?
Yes, ma'am. Born and raised here.
Oh, then perhaps you can lead us the rest of the way to Lothering.
He looks over at the younger ones like, well, I mean, we could, but we were hired to bring back a couple deer. If you could help us with that, we would be more than happy to see you along the way.
And she kind of turns to look at Valentha.
I will go off with them, make it fast, and then have them lead us there.
Okay.
Besides the children.
Okay, so with the combination of the two young hunters and you and Soren, it doesn't take that long. You're probably out there for 2 hours, and you're able to bag like a good 3 deer.
Shit, I'm taking some for myself.
And once they have the deer in tow and everything, they begin to lead you back to Lothering, making small talk between themselves, not really like addressing you unless you address them. More like it's more they're a little intimidated of the way that Estia talked to them, so they don't really want to make her mad.
Okay.
Probably wise.
Yeah. And I don't talk to them unless they're being loud while we hunt. I just go like, shh, shut up.
No, like on the hunt, surprisingly enough, even for humans, they seemed rather skilled in the art for being so young. Like none of them were like making any noise while you were like descending upon the deer, and a lot of their shots were square on.
She's silently impressed.
But after they all get taken into tow, it takes the remainder of the day to get to Lothering. I'm just gonna move you guys up there.
We did it!
As you approach Lothering, the sun is beginning to set, and you can see that the night fires have now filled everyone's chimney, and you can smell the scent of cooking meat over multiple fires. A couple laughs echo out through the town as the tavern has opened up for the night. And when you approach Lothering, you notice that it now has a very large wall around it. Almost as if they learned from their past mistakes. And there are 2 guards on the outside, though they're not heavily armored. Both of them look like they're just wearing makeshift leather armor. Both of them have pole arms, pretty much footman pikes in their hands. And as they see the 2 boys, they give a nod, and one of them bangs on the gate door, and it swings open, and they're allowed in. But as you approach, the 2 pikes cross in front of you. All right, what are you doing here? Why are you coming from the south? You ain't bandits, are you?
Do we look like bandits?
Well, no offense, miss, but yes. Your clothes ain't in the best of the conditions. Doesn't look like you slept in a bed for a couple days. That one's clothing is torn to shreds.
Yes, that's why we're here. So we can look more proper.
Well, you don't look like you are gonna pose any danger here. Just keep note that we'll have our eyes on you. And they pull the pikes away, and you could just tell they're grandstanding. They're trying to act like they're important.
Do you happen to know where an inn is?
Well, I should hope. I live here.
I should hope.
Oh, you were asking where it's at for you.
Simpletons.
Yes, it's just right down the street. You're gonna make your first left. Can't really miss it right now because it's open. The mead hall has opened up. But if you can't see it, it's called the Drunken Canary.
Thank
Oh,
you.
of course it is.
And I just make my way there, going like, oh, goddamn shims.
I glare at the guard as I pass by him.
And as you glare, he just like gives you a weird smile, and he just like tips the brim of his helm.
No.
And as the gates shut behind, you can see that Lothering is still being kind of rebuilt to what its former stance was, but at the same time, improvements have been made. You could tell that the chantry that was there, it has now been quickly rebuilt and refurbished. It's kind of like the primary focus of the town, as a couple of a couple buildings have been erected around it. It's more heavily patrolled than it used to be. A couple shops have now come up in the form of physical buildings now. You still have like the empty at the moment empty stalls and everything where some of the lesser or traveling merchants try to peddle their wares, but for the most part it looks like they're making their way back to making Lothering a place to live. Though why anybody would want to try to make a place such as this a homestead, as they are just a straight shot south of Ostagar, and the Kakari Wilds are beyond you.
I am, without any kind of manners, just kind of walking through the doors of the inn, Mabari and all.
All right, and as you walk in, you could see just a bunch of like rowdy humans and a couple dwarves all like drinking and having a good time. A lot of them involved in games of chance, throwing darts or axes against the wall. Some of them trying to do five-finger fillet, but it looks like none of them have the dexterity to do it, as they keep stabbing themselves in the hand repeatedly. And you
play that.
You look over, and you can see that on the back, like the backdrop of the bar itself, is a large placard with a carving of a canary holding a giant mug of ale, and then it's like being all sloshed around, and you see a book that just says Kuhn on it, and it's just like soaked in alcohol.
Oh, lovely.
And looking around you, sir, friends, please pull up, see a bar. You look like you are in need of a drink. And like a very broad and gruff looking canary steps out from behind one of the large kegs that are against the wall of the bar.
Estia immediately turns to Valantha, and she's just like, why is there another one? They're everywhere in this Forsaken Land.
To be honest, this is the most I've seen Kunari in a very short amount of time, so I'm just as confused as you are. But that's besides the point. Do you have any rooms available?
Oh yeah, we have a lot of rooms. What did I would say the going price was right now? It's like 2 copper a room. I mean, we don't get many travelers through Lothering right now, as you can notice. Most of these people are the locals.
I'm gonna look back at the crew, and I'm gonna, obviously I don't have my camera up now, so I'm gonna have to say it. I'm gonna hold up like 3 fingers and go back and forth between like 3, 2, 3, 2 for like how many rooms we want. Three rooms then.
All right. Let's see. He like digs around underneath the bar and he pulls up 3 keys. Hey, that'll be 6 copper.
Here's 2 for mine.
Here's 2 copper, and I'll also be needing a bath, a seamstress, and perhaps another bath for my hound here.
Oh, you all got Mabari. Wait,
That's
a
a problem.
second. See, like, comes out from around the bar itself, and he kneels down in front of, oh, what was his name? Steinbeck. He like lifts his head and everything, and pets the dog. One of Rufus's hounds. What? You got good eyes for these quality hounds. Too bad we haven't seen Rufus in a while.
Long story short, he's dead now. So bear got him. Don't go south. Blah blah.
A bear got Rufus.
Yes.
You said south?
Just a few miles south from here, so it's not even that far. So just don't go south, among other things.
So these are Rufus's dogs.
They're rescues. They were out there for many days.
We rescued them. They're our hounds now.
Yes, he has no need for them anymore.
Well, I would assume not if he's dead.
Valantha smiles.
Tell you what. See, gets up and he walks over to like the silver-plated gong, and he just bashes it with his fist. Like, all right, listen up, you drunkards. Just got word that Houndmaster Rufus was killed by a bear. At least it ain't a bandit, but I hereby am putting a bounty on the head of the bear that killed him. Anyone who brings me said head will be rewarded 5 gold. And like there's a bunch of murmuring around the around the table as a couple of humans stand up and they're like, "We'll take that, Hunts." There's like one of them's like stumbling over their feet. They just like stumble out the door and begin to like, you hear them like hit the wall and everything, and one of them's like, "Open up the gate. We have bears to kill." And the guy's like, "James, go home. You're drunk." No, bears. 5 gold.
You do what you want. Just want rooms. I haven't had a bath in forever.
Well, we don't really have baths here. You're gonna want to go to the what do you call it? A bathhouse. A little over by the lake. Real fancy place. Some Orlesian decided that this was a good place to have some sort of bathhouse for the unwashed masters, as she calls them.
It's near a lake, you said?
Yes.
All right. I'll just grab the key out of his hand and start walking.
Are you walking upstairs to the room?
Yes.
All right, and when you get upstairs and you open a room, it's a very simple room. It's got a singular bed with a one mount to place a torch, and then a simple what do you call it? Nightstand next to the bed.
How big is the bed?
It looks like it's big enough to fit your average human.
So it's like a twin as opposed to a full?
Yeah, it's a twin.
Okay.
It's not like high quality or anything like this, but you can tell that the barkeep at least tries to keep the sheets clean. It isn't as disgusting as the cot that Astia encountered down in the dungeons back at Fort Ostagar.
That wasn't a cot. That was mold in the form of a cot.
Yeah. Anyways, I slide 2 copper across the table and take the key from him.
Okay. And so are you resting for the night, or what are you doing?
When he mentioned the bathhouse, I'm assuming he probably kind of motioned in the general direction that it is in.
Mhm.
Okay, as soon as I get my key, I'm headed straight there.
All right, so and you're taking you're taking your hound with you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What about Magnus? What is Magnus doing at the moment?
Actually, I'm not even going to go up to the room. I'm going to head straight to the bathhouse.
Okay.
We'll worry about going to the room after.
Once you're clean and you're not going to soil the sheets too much, right?
Yeah, that's just not worth it at the moment.
Okay. I forget. Are you able to crop images in Roll20?
I don't know.
I think you can. Give me a moment here.
Quick reminder. Is it a 10-to-1 or 100-1 currency ratio?
It is a
It's
100 to 1.
complicated. Yeah, it's
100. So 1 gold is 100 silver or 10,000 copper.
So it's a 100-to-1 ratio.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. So 100 copper, 1 silver, 100 silver, 1 gold.
Pretty much.
Which is like so easy to earn in the game if you know what you're doing. Max out on that gold where you don't even spend it. Boosh!
Or, stumble out the front gate drunkenly and go slay a bear.
That too.
That's not a good life choice.
Well, that's about a day's walk back to the bear's cave if you want to go.
Assuming that the darkspawn, which we haven't mentioned yet, aren't there at this point.
Exactly. That's
they'll
why I'm like,
figure out the darkspawn are coming eventually.
yeah. Or even if they're heading this way, but still, I'm like, do I want to backtrack when that could happen? No,
Get
I do
stuck
not.
between a bear and darkspawn. That sounds like a party.
Instead of a bear in a dark place, a bear in a dark spawn.
Really?
Sorry.
I'm disappointed. Anyway.
Is it not letting you do it?
No, it's not, unfortunately.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I was gonna bring up a bathhouse for this, but unfortunately,
We'll use our imagination.
the thing that I was going to use does not work. As always. Anyway,
do we get Rojan art?
I mean, we could get Rojan art, but
I could find a quick piece of art from the bathhouse from Inquisition.
no, we're not going to do that.
Okay.
Let me search here. Okay, so I'm sorry. What was you were going to the bathhouse as well, correct?
See.
All right, I think I may have found something here. I actually found something. We are going to use this. I mean, it's going to look a little strange, but use your imaginations.
Oh my god, I actually typed in bathhouse and I got the backside of a Lothering screenshot. I was like, what the hell? There's no bathhouse over there. You drunk, Google, go home.
You never know. Lothering is a weird place. All right, so are you going together is what I need to know.
No.
Yeah, probably not.
Why did I go into gibbering mouthers? Damn it. I'm just like tripping over myself right now. All right, so wait, are the 3 of you going?
No.
No. Okay, so it's just
I'm
Magnus,
leaving, but I'm not going to the bathhouse.
Magnus and Estia. Okay, that's all I needed to know. So Estia, since you left you left the tavern first, you get to the bathhouse probably about like 5 minutes before Magnus. And when you get there, you can hear a soft chorus of music being played from the other side of the door. Like every now and then the splashing of water. but nothing too rowdy, much like what you heard over in the tavern.
Is there like a reception area, or does it just go straight into the kind of
So when you open the door, there is a small greeting room, and there's a woman there in a rather fancy looking dress, and she's got a mask, like a half mask over her face, and her dress is just like very high brimmed and sparkling in gold and silver. Her mask is like a soft violet color with inlaid rubies. Her hands are in like these fingerless silk gloves.
I'm gonna approach her and without any effort to hold anything back, Esthea just like gasps, like, "Your dress is gorgeous."
Oh, why, thank you, darling. Well, I wish I could say the same for you. You look like you've been through a Mabari's jaws a couple times. What happened to you?
Well, I've been through a Mabari's jaws a couple times, as well as a few different prison cells and a few bandit attacks, and oh, it was hell getting here.
Oh my! And she puts her hand up to her chest. You poor thing. You look like you would be such. I can't do a French accent, Zorro. Do not ask me to do a French accent, because I will offend every French person in existence, and I will not do that. Like, I cannot do a French accent to save my life. I can't do most accents to save my life. So just pretend it's French and, very full of themselves.
Okay. Sorry.
God damn it. Now you threw me off.
That's why I typed it in chat instead.
Yeah, because I don't read chat, right?
You chose to reply to it.
This is your fault.
Your dress, darling. How's your dress?
Anyway, she stands up and she's like, dear me, and she reaches out and she like brushes some of the mud off of your face. It is what I assumed. You are a true beauty underneath. Come, please. We must get you out of these rags and into something more appropriate for somebody of your stature.
Oh yes, please lead the way. I'm eager to be presentable again.
He goes, yes, and your dog. What about it?
Well, he's in dear need of a cleanup as well.
I should say so.
Shown himself to be quite proper, but he's filthy.
As she claps her hands, two sets of doors open up. And she's like, take the dog and give it the full... Let's make it a twice over. And for you, please, come this way. We must do something about this.
Yes, I agree. Should kind of give the hound a bit of a pat on the head. And no biting. Be nice.
And it gives a very stoic bark and gives you a nod as it trots off with the pet manicurist. Screen's gonna go away for just a second. Because I got to refresh because of the map that I just created. But she leads you into a rather... That's not the map I just created. Thanks. I blame you, game. There we go. She leads you into this like large stone area, this large stone room with multiple beds like running along each lengthwise wall. A large pool of water sitting in the center with a couple a couple I guess you would say townsfolk, but they look a little more proper than the riffraff that you came across when you came into the let me just game. I told you to copy there. You know what? What, do you not want to do this now? There. Just drag you guys in there. But they as well, even though they are sitting in the pool, they've got they're like the top part of their body and the bottom parts of their body covered in soft wraps, but they both are also wearing these strange looking half masks, and they are like giggling amongst one another and splashing at times. And she leads you down to the back portion of the area into one of the private rooms. And she draws back one of the curtains. He's like, please disrobe, throw those wherever. We will have them disposed of. And clean yourself to your heart's extent.
Don't suppose you have any new garments on hand that I'd be able to purchase. You see, this is the only set I have with me at the moment.
Oh, but of course, my dear. We will go through a little dress phase after you are more presentable.
Wonderful. She starts to take off the rags that she's wearing.
As you do, she shuts the she just slides the curtain over the room. She begins to hum to herself as she walks back to the main entrance of the bathhouse. And that's when like Magnus walks in and she's like, oh my, a dwarf. I mean no disrespect, it's just not normal to see one of your kind in an establishment like this.
It has been a long walk to get here. I just need to feel cleaner than I currently do.
Yes, and she walks over and she runs her hair, like her hand over your hair, and like looks at it and flicks off some like dry blood and dirt, and she like runs her hand through your beard, and she's like, oh, my poor boy.
Long walk.
Oh no, this will not do at all. Very well, come with me. Oh, you have a hound as well. Shall I have him cleaned?
Yeah, I think he needs at least to jump in the lake a little bit.
And she's like, oh no, that will not do. And she claps her hands, and the same woman that came out that took Astia's hound away comes in. She's like, this one too. And she like leads it off into another room. And then she motions with her hand. She's like, follow me. And you're led again into the same pool room as Astia was. And she takes you and she puts you into pretty much the room next to her.
I just looking around as I'm walking, just this looks expensive.
Expensive? Cleanliness should not be an expense. She's like, there are clientele who pay for more privileged treatments here, but no, I barely charge 2 silver for the basic amenities.
I'm suspicious, but okay.
And she's like, please disrobe and enjoy your bath. Shall I do away with these clothes, or what would you like them Would you like them laundered, sold, burned?
That armor has served me very well. One does
No.
not burn useful equipment like that.
Yeah, yes, I suppose so. Very well, we will have it cleaned. And she takes your armor, she puts it into like a large crate, and she carries it off as she shuts the she drags the curtain away from you, or like it drags the curtain over your room. And as both of you are sitting in there, you can hear a very calming music like resonating off the walls.
Kind of just want to live here now.
There's a level of paranoia that I'm experiencing right now.
There's a level of paradise I'm experiencing right now.
You're like, oh, this is lovely. I'm like,
So as Thea is kind of
Something's
going through the
wrong.
whole like, oh my God, this is a massage that I've needed for so long, while Magnus is more of like going through the massage going, oh God, I have to fart. Just
someone
tense,
is
can't
going
relax,
to
can't
try
relax.
to kill me.
Too tense.
And as you're sitting in your bath, like just relaxing, a pair of employees walk into your room, and they like one sits next to you, and they begin to like comb through your hair and get every like the matted blood and dirt and filth out of it. As the other one begins to like pour more hot water into the tub for you.
Is more than happy to have all of this happen, but while it's going on, she's doing her best to kind of hide the upper side of her back from anyone's line of sight.
Okay. And like the two of them don't really seem to like gaze at you at all. It seems like they're just very focused on the on cleaning you. You could probably give me a roll here if you like for what do you call it? Arcane knowledge?
I have arcane lore.
Arcane lore. You can give me an arcane lore roll. All right, and as you're sitting there getting like pampered, your eyes open for just a second, and you look over the female that's doing your hair and everything, and it clicks that this woman is tranquil.
For someone like myself that is quite ignorant, what exactly does that mean?
A tranquil is a mage who has had their powers sealed off.
They're basically like emotionless, just they're
Shell.
like dead inside, practically.
Like
they speak monotone.
They speak monotone. The mages use them for mediocre tasks and everything, but they're mages who were assumed to not be able to control their power properly, and they were a threat of possession. So in order to quote unquote save them, they are made tranquil.
Now I remember that whole.
So now they're void of magic.
Yeah.
Scary for every mage, basically. This Tranquil's not happy.
Yeah. So she's a little less relaxed now, but it's a balance of, oh my lord, this is lovely, and okay, I'm a little bit paranoid, but still doing as she was before, letting them kind of pamper her and kind of hiding her back from sight.
And the one with the water jug looks to you, just a very monotone voice. Is there any food or drink you would like? Our lady has instructed to meet every one of your needs. You are apparently special.
Well, it's about time somebody recognized it.
Playing off the ego.
I would adore some wine and fine breads and meats if you have them available.
She sets down the large metal pitcher of water, and she bows her head and she just very gracefully walks off through the curtains. In Magnus, the same thing happens to you as two female employees of the bathhouse walk in, one pouring the water into your tub to like warm it up a bit, and the other one beginning to like go through your hair and beard, just giving it just like a deep, relaxing cleansing.
Well, now I'm incredibly paranoid. What are you doing?
Cleaning you, sir. Our lady instructed that you needed time to relax and be clean. We are here to provide that.
There was nothing said about people coming in and assisting.
It is a lap of luxury. If you do not wish our services, we can see ourselves out.
I'm completely capable of doing this myself, thank you.
She nods as she like she wipes her hands off on a towel that's like on her hip, and she's like, "Before we go, is there any food or drink we may provide you?"
No, I should be okay.
And they both nod and they see themselves out of your room.
Can a dwarf get a little privacy around here? Really?
And Estia, you can hear the grumbling of Magnus coming through the small separator between the two of your rooms.
She's gonna kind of lean her head back and be like, "Oh, lighten up a bit, Magnus. Enjoy yourself."
Perfectly capable of enjoying myself and being wary at the same time.
To each their own, I suppose.
While all of this is going on, Valantha, what are you currently
dear.
doing?
I am out with my Mabari right now, and I'm going to look for a nice large handful of flowers.
A nice large handful of flowers?
Yes, lots of flowers.
Okay. You can give me a search roll for this, as you are
Okay.
out and about with the Mabari.
Oh,
Were there any flowers in particular you were looking for?
anything like the strong scented ones like lavenders, even like roses, just those in particular, preferably lavender.
All right, so you're able to find quite a bit of lavender along one of the walls of Lothering. It just looks like it's wild lavender that's just growing there.
Perfect. So I'm going to go ahead and gather them all up and walk towards the lake the man said there was.
Mm-hmm. And
I'm going to find a nice quiet corner where there's no one around.
a corner of the lake, or
Yeah, just kind of like in a secluded place where I have some privacy.
okay. It takes a little bit of time because you could see people coming and going out of the bathhouse, and also out of like a side room a little off to the right of the bathhouse that has a staircase that goes down. But you're able to find a little secluded spot of the lake where it doesn't look like any eyes are at.
Okay. I'm going to take out my bowl that I used to eat from and everything, and I kind of put in some oils and mix the lavender in there, and I start to undress and go into the lake and bathe using these oils and lavender. And I call over my Mabari and give him a good scrub with this as well and clean him up.
And when you call Saran over, he just pretty much dog flops into the water, just jumps in all happy.
Yeah. It looks like you and me both have needed a bath for a long time, eh, boy?
He just gives a bark in response.
I know it's not usually my style. Although I suppose it's the way of Ferelden, but maybe while we're in town tomorrow, I can pick you up some fancy war paint and design some Dalish designs on you. How would you like that, boy?
And when you say that, he nuzzles you just a little bit hard, kind of knocks you off balance for just a second.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need that fancy bathhouse now, do we, when we have the whole lake to ourselves?
And he gives a very loud howl in response.
She just kind of laughs and just kind of plays with him a little bit in the water. And then after she kind of scrubs the dog and herself, she just kind of takes a moment to just kind of sit there and relax in the water and just kind of enjoy it and soak it all in.
Okay.
Then probably, but maybe after an hour she'll go back.
Okay. So like you're done with your bath and you head back to your rooms, and Magnus and Estia are still gone.
I am assuming they're enjoying the bathhouse, and I'm going to walk up to the bar and talk to the Canary again.
Okay.
As Ogren chokes. Can you not make weird noises in the mic? Thank you.
I'll make real weird noise if I want.
You're not playing the sound of my Mabari. Excuse me, innkeeper?
Ah, you look cleaner.
Thank you. Are you still serving food by chance?
All the time. Well, you hungry?
Famished. Do you mind if I order some food as well as something for my hound here?
Well, I was gonna offer anything for your hound as well. You know, one can't eat if the other doesn't. So,
We always eat together.
what'd you like?
I suppose anything, just meat, vegetables, anything would work. I'm just really hungry.
How you feeling about a stew?
Stew works. Do you happen to have a slab of meat at least from my hound?
No, always. Rufus
That
used to bring
works
his
for
Rufus used to bring his hounds bi-weekly to get some meat, so we always have a few cuts waiting for the dogs.
Well, that
He's like,
works then.
And what do you want to drink?
Much as I would like to unwind, I've got a lot ahead of me, so just anything hot and not alcoholic.
Got just the thing for you. And he walks back into a small kitchen area, and he comes out. He's got a large wooden bowl of a very alluring smelling stew as he puts it in front of you, and you can see that there are large chunks of meat and potatoes and a very thick gravy in the bowl. He sets a very large mug of spiced apple cider in front of you.
Yes.
And then he walks around, he puts a plate of a very large shank of meat in front of Sauron, who just starts digging into it.
And I kind of pat him on his hindquarters as I dig into my meal as well. And I take my sweet, relaxing time eating it.
Okay. Estia and Magnus. It's been about an hour since you arrived. But even like with Estia, it's like you do not want to leave. This is heaven to you. You've been pampered and you've been fed. They've brought in like very fine wines and breads and cheeses and meats, and they even fed them to you while you were enjoying your bath. once the tranquil that was washing her hair is done, they begin to scent it with various oils and everything, and just you feel like you're being treated as royalty.
Can we never leave this place, please?
Magnus, even aside from your paranoia and everything about the place as you don't trust it, you still have a very relaxed feeling washing over you. The privacy that you have been given was only interrupted once when they brought your armor back. It is now clean and polished, looking almost brand new if it wasn't for like a couple of the dents where you've taken hits previously in combat. You're muted.
Hi. It's just leather. That's not metal.
Oh, okay. I keep assuming that you're wearing metal.
I wish I was. That's later.
Okay. So instead of it like looking polished metal and everything, it's been cleaned, it's been laundered, and there's been a layer of oil that's been put over the leather to keep it from cracking.
Good. The once the armor comes back, that's sort of going to be it for me. It's like, okay, yep, good, great, feeling clean.
Okay.
Good time to leave.
So you dry yourself off and everything, you get your armor back on, and you head out to the main lobby.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and as you do, your Mabari is sitting there looking clean. The dirt's been cleaned off of him, and starting to look like a proper hound now. As he gives a soft bark to you, and he walks over and he licks you on the face.
Well, mostly clean. All right, come along. I don't know what they were trying to serve here, but I want real food.
Okay. And you leave and you head out towards back towards the tavern, leaving Estia to enjoy her pampering. Estia.
It me.
It you. It is definitely you. As you are being pampered, you begin to feel rather relaxed. Like almost as if you're drifting to sleep.
Does it feel like natural sleep or something more sinister?
It feels like it just like washed over you. Like the minute they were done rubbing the oils through your hair, you just began to feel even more relaxed and a little tired.
Do I have any reason to believe that this is anything other than just relaxing after the hell that's been the last few days?
You can give me an arcane lore focus. This is definitely something third party that is making you feel this way. As if like a magical sleep is trying to be put over you.
Okay. Are the two helpers still in here with me, or is it just me?
They're still there with you, but they're not really doing anything at the moment. They're kind of standing there waiting for you to give them an order.
Okay. So as soon as I kind of feel that sleep encroaching on me, I'm gonna jolt up in the bath and look over at them and just be like, "Towel, give me a towel now."
Of course, ma'am. And they reach over and they hand you a very long towel to cover the entirety of your body. Is something wrong?
Yes, something is very wrong. Go get the proprietor, please.
As they both nod and they quickly walk off, leaving you to yourself.
As they do, I'm going to get out of the bath and dry myself off and just kind of hold the towel up to my front, since I don't have any clothes anymore.
And about a moment later, the woman that was at the front desk comes into your small room. She's like, "My dear, what is wrong? My helpers say you were alarmed."
Yes, well, I felt something very not natural just a moment ago.
Not natural. Oh, what are you talking about? Everything in my bathhouse is naturally made.
Well, it felt as though I was almost being forced asleep.
I am sorry, my dear. One of our oils has some narco root in it. It aids with relaxation. It was only meant to help you drift off if you needed it.
Is there anything like an insight check in this?
There is.
I think it's cunning.
It's cunning, and it's, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's evaluation.
Okay. I will roll straight cunning.
Oh, actually,
then.
no, I'm sorry. It's communication, because it would be investigation.
Now I'm in trouble.
She doesn't seem like she's hiding anything from you.
Well, that information would have been nice beforehand. It's been a long few days, and I'm a little, not paranoid, but I've had more than one threat on my life lately.
She gives out a soft chuckle, and she places a hand on you, and she's like, "Oh, my dear, I understand you've been out and about, but you have nothing to worry here." And she like runs her hand over your head. She's like, "All you need to do is sleep."
Well, it would do me no good to fall asleep in the bath, now would it?
Give me 1 second here. Oh, this is the wrong book. Oh, where are you? What page is magic on?
Which part of the magic?
The spells.
For the
Never mind.
first.
Never mind. I found it.
Okay. It's kind of like shotgunned across all 3 books.
Okay. I can do this.
I don't think you can. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't feel like it's going in a good place for me.
Maybe it's not.
Oof.
Why can't I ever roll like that?
Because you're not the DM. So, can I get a willpower roll from you?
Oh, Lord.
If you have self-discipline, you can use that.
You're really damn good willpower roll. And it is not.
It is not. And as she says sleep, you just feel like this fog wash over you as you just give into it and you fall down into her arms. And with that, we're going to take our next break. We will take our final break for the night. And when we come back, we will find out what the hell is going on.
This is why the Dalish prefers outdoors and not the fancy places. Shit like that happens everywhere, all the time.
Never trust the Orlesians. That's all I have to say.
Just wanted a bath, man.
Oh,
All right,
God.
but we'll be back in about 5 minutes, guys. Stick with us.
Oh, the face you made, Raven.
right, we are back.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Nothing suspicious going on in this map. Nothing at all.
Oh,
Nope. 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 You know what gave it away? The French accent, or lack thereof.
I mean, I tried, but
No, it's funny. It's fine. I just thought it was funny. No accent?
no accent? Definitely a villain. So, about another hour passes as Magnus comes back and he has his meal with Volanta and the dogs. And there's still no sign of Estia. Now, Magnus knows that she was getting prim and proper, but it's been about an hour since. It was an hour when the both of them were in the bathhouse, and then another hour while, he's enjoyed a meal at the tavern.
And a large whatever house ale they have.
Oh, he gives you a very large, like, dwarven stout.
Good. Good.
How was your bath?
Eerie.
It was too fancy for you? That kind of eerie? Uncomfortable eerie?
No. Like the price of being in there seemed very low compared to what they're offering. Almost felt like I was going to be stabbed in the back.
Oh, I don't know much about loathering other than its destruction, but as far as I can tell, it was kind of a
weird
podunk town.
Arlesian woman.
There was no legion here.
Yes.
She's pretty far south.
Wearing the mask thing.
Oh yeah, don't they do that? Something about hiding their faces. I don't know. All I know is that
There
they
are
wear masks.
lesions. What?
Well, they're always, I mean, they're pretty close to Tevinter as far as wanting to always stab each other in the back, but
I wonder how Thea is getting along with the Legion woman. It's been quite some time.
she's still there.
Where else would she go at this hour?
Oh, I'd like to think she'd take a stroll, but I don't think she would take a stroll.
Take in the nature, enjoy it.
Yeah, no, she's a city girl. She's not outdoorsy like us. Although good for her for the trek up here. Quite proud of her on that, to be honest. But yeah, taking a stroll. No. Maybe she fell asleep in the bath. Maybe she drowned.
The tub wasn't that deep.
Oh. Well, it would kind of screw us over too, considering how apparently she's the key to undoing all of this.
Should we go check on her?
I don't want to, but I suppose we should.
As you said, we're apparently supposed to keep her alive.
Well, yes, but it's also the whole she's a grown woman. We're in town. Let her do her own thing. But if you had a weird feeling, then I suppose it doesn't hurt to go check on her at least. And if she's fine, then we'll just come back. Nothing wrong with that, I suppose. All right. Let's just head out. Let's finish our drinks and we'll just head on over.
This Magnus is standing up and it's like, and rest of the ale.
All right, so you guys make your way back down to the bathhouse. While you're along your path, Estia, you wake up groggy as your hands are bound together and you've got another rag in your mouth and your eyes have been blindfolded, but the rag this time is at least clean and it feels like silk.
I'm moving up in the world.
Ooh, a silk rag. Ooh, fancy.
And as you begin to like look around and everything, like a little hesitant, you just hear a shh, shh, shh. It is okay, darling. Soon it will be all right. And that nasty curse of yours will be gone.
Oh shit.
Am I still just wrapped in the towel as well?
Yeah, you're wrapped in the towel.
Damn it.
Like you have nothing on you aside from the towel. You don't even have the bracers.
Can't even use arcane lance then.
Like such an awful thing to be put on mortals. Magic should never be used by anyone. She just like runs her hand along her along your face and underneath your chin, and like she kisses your forehead. It's like, do not worry, you will find peace here, just like the rest of my tranquils.
Can I try and push the rag out of my mouth?
Yeah.
What roll did we use for that last time?
I think it was just let me bring up my thing here. I think it was just strength, wasn't it? Or dexterity. It was dexterity because it was your tongue.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're able to just like force the silk scarf out of your mouth.
You're getting really adept at that.
I really am, and that kind of worries me. So I kind of push it out of my mouth and just look up at her. You're making a mistake. You really don't want to do this.
No, there is no mistake, my dear. I can sense the taint of magic on anyone. Do not worry, I've had much practice at the Chantry in dealing with your burden.
I'm not part of the mages here in this land. You don't understand.
No, it does not matter where you're from. Magic in any form is a curse and a blight.
Were you not... Do you not use magic to do this to people?
Oh no, this is holiness. She says, and she smiles, and again she just cups your cheek before shoving the rag back into your mouth. And she looks. You can hear her turn and respond to talk to someone else. If she spits it out again, tie it inside her mouth. She needs to be silent for this.
There isn't even really any magic that I can do here.
And around that time, Magnus and Valantha, did you take the hounds with you?
Of course.
All right, Magnus, Valantha, and the hounds arrive on the outside of the bathhouse. It's a brick structure and everything illuminated by the various torches placed along its walls.
I just strut up to the door and try to open it.
You're able to like force it open. The large doors just push open as you can once again hear the music emanating off of the walls inside, but it doesn't seem like anybody is currently in use of the giant pool, as there are no sounds of laughter or splashing or anything.
Ugh, smells like a lot of oils in here. Ugh.
And when you walk in, you see two of the female employees that were in your room for the brief moment before you dismissed them. Let me just bring you guys there.
All right, so who are we supposed to talk to? Where is she? Do you know?
And as you barge into the room, like one of them stands up from behind the desk. They walk around and like, I am sorry, the establishment is closed for the moment.
Of course it is. I put my hand on top my Mabari's head. Find her.
It just gives a grunt and begins to walk, but both of them hurry and stand in front of the Mabari's way. Like, I am sorry, nobody is allowed in after closing. It is our mistress's orders.
Did you happen to see a short-haired, dark with green eyes kind of leave here?
We did not. We were assigned to this gentleman.
Yes, she was in the room next to me.
I'm sorry, I have not seen anyone that fits that description.
Can I hear this conversation from where I am?
You can give me a perception roll. Hearing, if you have it.
That.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Okay.
You can
Gonna follow.
You can hear Magnus's gruff voice arguing with the two Tranquil.
Gonna follow that up with another dexterous tongue movement.
Easily
You're
done.
getting really good at that.
I'm getting alarmingly good at that.
So good at being gagged.
Right. And I'm just gonna scream out for help.
All right, and everybody hears Estia scream out for help, and a very audible slap across her face.
Oh, there she is. And I just kind of push past the two.
And both of them just like, they close ranks. And you could see that both of them on their hips, they've got daggers, which they like just instinctively draw. They're like, please leave. We don't want to do this.
One of them's going to get the flat of an axe upside the head then.
All right, I am going to need initiative.
I notch my bow.
Oh my.
What was your Mabari's name, Magnus?
Steinbeck?
Steinbeck.
Steinbeck. Like, I don't have this written down yet.
I'm just putting the nameplates on them, so it's just not, oh, here's Doggo 1 and Doggo 2.
Ugh, I need to
Careful.
make more icons for you too. I've been slacking.
Zoro might start drawing war paint on hers.
Oh, I'm going to. You can bet on it. I'll have to make a friendly border for friendly doggos.
Yeah, as opposed to the red want to maul your face off dogs.
Yeah.
Ah.
I can customize your Mabaris too. Just let me know what you want on them.
All right, so let's add the turns here for these ones.
It's where we start adding dwarven runes to the Mabari.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have elvish designs on mine, that's for sure.
All right, so if you guys want to roll for your Mabaris as well,
Do we have their stats?
it's 3d6 plus 3 for their dexterity. And their stats are on page 31 of the first DM's guide. It says Mabari War Dog.
Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and
Page
bring
31, you said?
Yep. Magnus, what did you roll for your initiative, by the way?
I find it here. 11.
Estia.
6.
6.
Which is fair because I'm on the ground tied up.
Valantha.
Yeah.
19.
All right, and we just need Soren's or Saran's initiative.
Well, I'll roll it real quick, but I need to look up which one
Yep.
you said it was again.
3d6 plus 3. It's page 31 of the DM's guide.
DM's guide, that's what it was.
That's
Okay.
the thing I need open.
Ascending.
DM's guide. There's too many freaking ones in here.
It's the first one. DM's guide 1.
There we go. Thank you. 19.
Dog.
Yep. Okay, so Valantha, start us off.
I'm so sorry. I'm pulling up the Mabari thing again. What page was it again?
31.
31
Oh,
DMT.
31.
We might want to, if possible, transfer that onto a character sheet.
Yeah,
and
I'm
all of
gonna
us.
create character sheets for each of these doggos.
Oh, and then just hand
Yeah.
it to us so we can
So-
pull it up at will. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Just give me 1 second here. There we go. Okay, now that that's all set up. Yeah, I'm going to have my bow and my arrow out, just kind of pointing at the I guess this one right here, blocking it. Like, move out to my way, or I'll put a nice, pretty hole in the center of your forehead.
You can see like no emotion across her face when you issue that threat. It's like, I cannot. I will not.
So be it. And I'm actually going to aim for her leg.
All right. So go ahead and give me that roll.
Beep, 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 beep.
That'll hit.
I want her to go to her knees. At least that's my goal. And I think that's it.
All right. I need the damage.
Oh God, I'm
I'm waiting for the damage here to see how bad you wound this.
Permanently pinned to the floor.
ooh.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that's how you end up pinned to the floor.
Oof. I warned you, bitch.
All right. So your arrow goes flying through, and you can just see it just cut through the leg and just sever an artery as blood just begins spurting everywhere. She just falls to the ground.
I can tell you how much blood you can empty from an artery in about 2 minutes. It's not a good amount.
I don't want to kill the Tranquil, but you know what? They're not giving me a
They're not
choice.
giving me a choice here.
God.
Oh.
Don't make me a monster.
So you see another Tranquil like rounding the corner, Magnus, and she's got a short sword in her hand.
Well, I hate to inform this one next to me, but yeah.
And the Orlesian woman, you feel a knife to your throat for just a moment. Esthea, she's like, "You will be quiet, you little magic tramp. I will be back for you."
Oh my.
Right?
Rude.
And you hear her screaming, "What is going on in my establishment?"
Well, there's blood on your floor now.
Yeah, and she like sees the blood pooling out from like the leg of the dying Tranquil. Let me do this.
Oh, there's the awful French accent. I thought I smelled an Orlesian.
And the hideous mask.
All right,
Yeah.
and like as she sees the pool of blood, you hear again that audible earth rolling sound as the rock armor forms on her.
Oh.
Oh.
And she gets
Hypocrite.
stunned.
She's a hypocrite.
Hypocrite.
What's that?
She gets a stunt as well.
Oh, she does get a stunt. What
Thankfully,
page?
only one.
Spell stunts.
Very end of
Yeah,
set player's guide.
I'm looking at it.
Oh.
All right, and she gets 1 stunt point. The only thing she can use is the enhanced casting, which increases the spell power of your spell by 1. So-
How long does it take to cast that spell again?
Oh, Oh, it takes 1 minute. It says it takes 1 minute to do it.
I only remember this because Fox mentioned it earlier.
I did not see that as a casting time of a minute. Oh well. So she begins to channel it for just a moment. And then she sees Magnus. And you could see that her eyes are just God damn it. Sauron.
All right. Sauron is gonna run on over. Oh, I don't have control over him. It's gonna run over to this one right here. Oh no, sorry, this one. Go in front, basically standing on top of the dead body, and he's gonna try to lunge and basically tackle this tranquil to the ground.
Okay. You can make a bite attack with that.
Okay, let's see here. So +5. Oh god, so it's 3d6 +5. Okay.
Oh. 17 will hit her.
Oh, good doggo. And then
Give me one second. I forgot. I need to give you control of your doggos.
die.
I don't think we, or at least I don't have control of my token either.
You don't?
Ooh.
Nope.
Oh, it doesn't even show your nameplate.
Oh,
There we go.
realize he has a stunt.
And he has a stunt. Yep.
Oh,
And they
shit.
and on the creature book, it does say that they have favorite stunts, which is
Yep.
knock prone and mighty blow.
Yeah, well, and I did say that he was gonna tackle her, so yeah, knock prone. And so let me do the damage.
Okay.
And okay, so yeah, knock prone, and he actually has enough to do mighty blow.
Okay.
So we'll do another one.
All right. So he lunges up at the tranquil and just brings her down hard onto the ground. As she falls, the back of her head just slams onto the stone floor, and you can hear a crack as like blood begins to leak out from the back of her head. Though she's not really crying out in pain, but she's giving like a struggling sound as she's still trying to fight Sauron off of her.
Oof. Oof. Okay, that's it. Just gonna stay on top of her, just snarling.
All right, the other tranquil runs over and defends the Orlesian woman. You notice that she's beginning to release the spell that she was trying to summon, seeing as she doesn't have enough time for it. Steinbeck, you're muted again.
That face of god damn it.
Which of the tranquil got puppy tackled?
I'll mark her.
This one.
Oh,
Here, what I'll do is I will put Sauron on top of her.
In which case Steinbeck is going to go for that one. Zora, what'd you work it out to be for the attack?
For the attack,
3d6 plus
it's
5.
3d6 +5.
Jesus.
Yeah, Mabari do not screw around.
Warhounds, bitches.
Dog, please.
Steinbeck is loading.
I actually saved it too. I'll put it in our Discord to kind of as an easy stat to bring up.
There we go.
18 will strike.
And damage is
1d6 plus 5 or 1d6 plus 4.
+4, yeah.
+4. Okay.
1d4.
What?
It's 1d6 plus 4.
Yeah.
You put 1d plus 4.
Ooh.
Let's try this again.
1d.
There you go. Steinbeck lurches forward and bites into the arm of the Tranquil, holding her there. As again, no cries of pain or anything, but she's giving like a struggle grumps or grunts as she's trying to pull away from pulling away from the dog.
Perfect.
Magnus.
And while her attention is firmly on the dog, trying to drag her around, she's going to get an axe to the side of the head.
It's poor Tranquil.
One of those.
That will hit. Now, which side of it are you using? Are you
I
trying
am using
to
the
spare her?
flat side.
Okay, so you're trying to spare her.
Yes. However, this is not going to be pretty.
Damn.
And she gets to move 2 yards straight into the wall face first.
So you flat blade her like right on the front of her face. And there's a crack as you see blood splatter as you break her nose and send her flying back. As soon as the blade of the axe strikes her, Steinbeck releases and she flies and she hits the wall, and you can just see her slide down and just like her eyes just like cloud over as she's just knocked out.
We're good.
Oops, I removed the turn of one of them, didn't I? Oh, I removed the turn of the dead one. All right, so she's knocked out. That's all what she's doing. Estia.
Okay. So the Orlesian woman, after I called out, she slapped me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to do a willpower roll here because there are some things from her past in play on this
All right.
situation.
So 5, 8, 9, 11.
She did not make it because the target number I had in mind was 15.
Okay.
So she's just going to kind of slink her way into this corner here, kind of with her back facing this area, and start crying.
Okay. Valentha.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of make my way over here because Saran has it pretty much covered. And I'm going to hold one of my arrows up to her throat. Actually, no, is it possible for me to kind of like swing her out of the way, like I like push her in the pool?
You can. It's just going to just be a strength attack. Like, and you would need to get the stunt, which you do not.
Can I still just push her out of the way at least?
You can, but she gets a contest on it.
Oh damn.
18, and she got a stunt on it.
6 of them actually.
Jesus. Okay. Well.
No manhandling that one.
So
Jesus.
You try to just like push her aside as if like she doesn't even matter.
Tried to look cool, backfired.
Seriously backfired here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see.
Ouch. Don't push me in the pool.
So as you go to push her, she like instinctively just grabs your arm and then sweeps your leg out from underneath you
Oh.
And as it's like you fall prone onto the ground. And then trying to see what else can she do here. And then like she just instinctively just like kicks you forward or kicks you in the ribs, and it sends you flying back.
Oh.
As like you crash,
Which is tough.
you crash. Yeah, you fly back 6 yards as you just get kicked
Jeez.
through the like one of the wooden frames of the bathhouse into one of the rooms.
Ouch. My strength's not even that bad. I'm just like, oh, that sucks. That sucks.
I'm gonna mark you as prone.
Yep. Yep.
All right, so the one that's underneath Saran being manhandled at the moment. She's trying to fight the dog up. She brings up the dagger to stab at him.
Bitches and hoes.
14.
It
beats his
does
defense.
hit. Yes. Oh, just beat it by 1. Damn.
Yep. Does anyone have a dagger, by the way?
I do.
How much damage does the dagger do?
Let me bring up my sheet real quick. Dagger is a 1d6 plus 1. And then plus your dex.
All right, he's going to take 8 points of damage as the blade comes up and stabs into his side.
Ouchie. Doggo. It's cool. He's cool.
And the Orlesian just gets like a very smug look on her face as she sees Valantha go flying. As she just pats the cheek of the Tranquil. 15? No. What page is the spells on again? 51? Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And she just she rests her arm on the shoulder of the I'm forgetting what that it's called, of the Tranquil. And Valentha, you see magic begin to spark from her hand.
No.
All right,
you
so
doing?
so for this I have to beat the target number of the spell, which I do not.
Oh, deuces.
So
bitch.
it's like she's like trying to focus on you, and like the spell just fizzles, and she gives a grunt. She slaps the Tranquil upside the head in frustration. Saran.
Yeah, he didn't like being stabbed like that. So even though he was gonna kind of keep her pinned, he is just gonna not give a shit anymore and just go for a full attack now.
Okay.
So yeah.
Full on
Let
bite.
me adjust this. Here we go.
That'll hit. So give me his bite damage. And I think that's going to oh yeah, that's definitely going to kill her.
Damn right. And then
So he
sorry, go ahead.
He like leans down, just grabs her by the throat, and everyone just hears the flesh tearing as he rips it from her jugular. And
then
she falls lifeless under him.
Good. Bitches and hoes. So he's going to, because I'm sure he saw it out of the corner of her eye since she was right there, saw his new master just get completely wrecked.
Yeah, just punted.
Yeah. So he's going to just kind of run over and take a defensive stance and just kind of like guard her, kind of protect her, facing the Tranquil.
Okay. And the Tranquil herself like looks back at the Orlesian woman and raises her dagger as she begins to like move past Sauron.
Attack of opportunity?
There are no attacks of opportunity.
Damn it.
She gets over to Valantha and she begins to like stab down towards her.
Vicious nose. Ugh.
Them stunt
Just
points.
Yeah. Why do you hate me?
I didn't say I hated you.
This bitch hates me.
Well, I mean, you did just try to attack the
I just wanted to push her in the pool.
Okay, so she's gonna use Mighty Blow and then Lightning Attack to make another attack against you.
Ugh. Okay.
So give me a second here.
So this is the damage first.
The damage first, which is 1d6. So you're gonna take that and then this from the Mighty Blow. So a total of 8.
Okay.
And then she's gonna make a secondary attack on you.
Okay.
Where did it go? Oh, there it is. 15
Oh,
hit.
just beat me. Jeez. Yeah.
All right, so you're gonna take another 7.
That
As she
hurts
gets a
little
quick
bit more.
2 deep stabs into your chest as her face is just completely and utterly emotionless. Steinbeck.
Muted.
It's okay. You'll learn.
The problem is my Discord mute button is different from the Zoom mute button.
Yeah.
Steinbeck is going to go to there and try to drag said elf away without any semblance of mercy.
All right,
Which would be
an attack.
3d6
plus 5.
3d6 plus 5. That's
Yep.
the one.
Oh, and a stunt.
Holy shiz
Three-
snacks.
3 stunt points as well. And their favorite ones are Knock Prone and Mighty Blow.
Yeah, I have to. What page is that?
61 on the player's guide.
Thank you. There we go. So knock prone or what is it? Knock prone or mighty blow?
Yep, those are their favorites.
He's gonna go with a knock prone on this.
Okay, so go ahead and roll the damage.
Which is that.
9. As Steinbeck reaches out and grabs her by the leg and pulls, and she just falls and face plants right into the stone.
Well, that's what she gets.
Now remember, any attacks made on a prone person give you a +1. Magnus.
Yeah. Charge is up to half. That's not going to happen. So we're going to have to just get there. And curiosity, what's that little mask she's wearing made out of?
It looks like it's made out of velvet.
Pity. Now, either way, I'm going to knock that damn mask off her face and maybe the rest of her head. We'll see.
Oof. 3 stunt points, and that will hit her.
Very nice. Oh, I think we're going to go with Mighty Blow and...
You have 3 stunt points.
Yep.
All right.
Mighty Blow and Skirmish, I think.
That's the one that
Now-
knocks her back.
Now, does Skirmish, is that going to stack with what I do? Yes, it will.
What are you looking
Yes.
at?
Oh, skirmish. Because since I'm using a two-hander, I get the 2 yards free anyways.
Oh, so you're going to knock her back 4.
She's going to go 4 yards in a direction of my choosing.
All right.
All right. And
Let's see that damage.
that plus that. So 22.
Okay.
And she is going to go, I'm well aware there's a wall in the way, about 4 yards that direction.
Okay. So she slams, like the wall holds, but she leaves a very large dent into it. And since she can't technically go any farther than that, go ahead and give me another D6 damage. All right. So, when you strike her down, what does it look like?
Considering I would have come around the corner, it's basically a very fluid motion, arcing the axe out over the pool and literally about halfway up her skull, blade first.
Okay. And as you see the axe bite into the skull, it just obliterates the velvet half mask that was on her head. You could see just like these severe burn marks on half of her face as she goes flying away from the strike into the wall, as you hear a snap as her neck breaks when her head comes in contact with it, and just there's just blood trailing down the wall. She slides down.
Yeah.
That one's knocked out. Estia.
I'm going to make that willpower save again, or willpower roll again, and it's getting target number is going to go down by 2 points. What did I say it was before? 15.
Yeah.
So it'll be 13 this time.
Give me
around.
1 second. Raven, did you want to knock her out or kill her?
Oh no, that was blade first.
Okay, so that was the edge of the blade.
That was the edge of the blade from one side of the skull to the other.
All right. So yeah, go ahead and do your willpower check here. That will be 13. You make it.
Okay. So she's it's still gonna take her this entire turn, but she kind of stops sobbing in the corner and starts to wipe the tears from her eyes.
Okay. Valantha, who is on the ground bleeding a little bit.
It's cool. I just, hurt my back a little bit. It's cool. It's cool. I'm gonna stand up.
Okay.
And I am. Yeah, I guess those two are prone. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of stand over this guy right here, and I'm gonna be like, kind of wipe my bloody nose a little bit and be like, "Are you done? Your master's dead. Are we done here?"
And as you ask that, she just lets go of the dagger.
And then I kind of want to kick her before I walk by.
Okay.
Bitch roughed me up. I just want a little bit of payback, just a little bit.
She punted you like a football is what she did.
Yeah, she did. Well, I'm skinny and
6 yards of a partially airborne elf.
Yeah, pretty much. Do I just do it like a strength?
It would be a strength attack, yes, because you're kicking her. It's enough to kick her.
Take that.
And you get 5 stunt points.
Fuck yeah, I do. Okay.
You want those 5 points of skirmish?
You know what?
You
I
gonna
do.
try to plant her into the wall?
You know what? I'm going to stack my my skirmish points there.
Okay.
And
That's
I'm
10
gonna
yards.
kick her over here. I'm gonna actually kick her over here, and I'm gonna kick her into the pool. Be like, bitch, take this back.
Because it's in any direction. Okay.
Yep.
I have to ask though,
And
is this a non-lethal kick, or are you putting oomph behind it to kill her?
no, it's a non-lethal kick. It's more of a like, bitch,
Okay.
don't fuck with me.
Okay.
No, it's non-lethal, but I'm assuming the dog will move out of the way as soon as I kick her over into the pool.
All right, give me that damage.
You might clear the dog with that.
Yeah. Oh god, how do I do like an unarmed attack? Is it just
I think it's the same as what my gauntlet is. So it would be a 1d3 plus whatever your strength is.
Yep, because unless you're trained in unarmed.
1d3 plus 6? Let's see here.
No, plus your strength. Plus whatever your
Oh, my
strength,
strength. Well,
your
let's
strength
see.
modifier is.
Ah, frick, I forgot how to do this code. Let's see, /r. 1d6 plus 3. See if I did that right. Yeah. Oh.
Damn.
Ow.
I'm pissed, man. She punted me.
Okay, I want to point out that she only had 3 HP. So you
This
catch
is
her.
non-lethal?
You catch her directly, like she's looking up at you, and you catch her like in the collarbone area, and you just send her flying through the air as you hear parts of wood break, and then an audible splash fill the area as she just crashes into the pool, and like her body comes up and just like she's floating face down in the water. I have to say that skirmish is the most ridiculous thing ever, because it's just
I
like you
love
get
it.
anime hits sometimes.
It's for taking out anger on targets. That's what it's meant for.
Just so she has somewhat of a clear conscience, she's gonna pat Soren on the head as she walks by to where she potentially heard Esthea yell out, and be like, just go roll her over so her face is up, all right? I'll be right back. Pat him on the head and just...
And you notice he's got a little bit of a stab wound on him.
Look how tough you are. Are you all right?
He like gives he just barks in response and goes over to the water, but so he like doggy paddles over. He's not really sure how to turn her over, so he just drags her back to the steps and lays her face down on the brick outline.
I'm okay with that. That works.
I'm going to be wiping the gray matter of this woman off on her own robes.
And Valentha, as you walk down, you can see Esthea standing up and just like trying to get the just like standing up trying to compose herself, but she's got a towel wrapped around her, but her eyes are covered and her hands are bound. You can see a silk rag on the floor, which you assume has probably been shoved in her mouth.
Yeah, and she is she's facing the corner that she's kind of in, so her back is turned a bit to you, and the towel has come loose a little bit on her back, and you can see like between her shoulder blades are a bunch of long, narrow scars.
Are we still in battle right now?
No, you are not. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I just didn't know if I was able to do more. Esthea? Darling, are you okay?
Her head kind of quickly jerks up and turns to you, even though she's blindfolded, and she's Valentha, is it you?
It is. What are you doing?
Nothing. It was a bit of a situation. That's all. I'm fine. Can you take this thing off my face, please?
Yes. And I'm gonna go ahead and slowly, because totally confused by her demeanor, and just undo it and just kind of like put my hand on her back. Are you all right? Did they do something to you?
No, thankfully. You made it here just in time, it seems. I need my clothes, my gauntlets. I don't have anything. They took it all.
All right. Well, just wait here a moment. I'll be right back. Do you happen to know where your Mabari is?
He was taken for a bath. I haven't seen him or heard him.
All right. I'll just be a moment, and I'll walk back and I'll whistle for Saran. Be like, all right, boy, can you sniff out your brother, please? Just see if you can find the other one in here.
Give me an animal handling one for this one.
Yep. Animal handling is cunning?
Cunning.
No, cunning, yeah.
Or communication. Whatever. Yeah, it's communication. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, Saran just lets out a very deep bark as it echoes throughout the area. Then you hear one bark from one of the rooms coming up around here.
Can you point that on the map again? I had to zoom out. Oh, okay. Magnus, can you do me a favor? And I'll point in the direction. Can you go try to find her Mabari real quick while I go fetch her clothes?
Most definitely. And I quickly step back, and the one that's bleeding profusely from the face, I kind of roll her on her side so she doesn't choke on her own blood.
Very nice of you.
Logic. Boosh.
I mean, she's not going to be pretty anymore, but that's another matter. Yeah. I'm going to move in a thatwardly direction, whistling for Steinbeck to follow me.
And he follows.
Good.
And as you get close to, and when you get close to the room, you can hear Darnius just barking and like beating against the door.
Is the door locked?
It is. There's like a metal bar across the door.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well, we'll just move that then.
All right. And you move the metal bar and you open the door and he blows past you and just beelines it down into the room that that Astia was in. And he just like jumps up jumps up onto her and begins licking her face. And you can see that they locked him in a sauna.
Ooh. Was it on?
It was on.
Oh, stinky doggo. Stinky.
That's horrible.
Did they at least give him a bath first?
They did not.
Wow, rude.
Well, we know what we're doing before we leave here. And I'm going to search for her stuff.
You can find her stuff. It takes you about like 2 minutes. You find that she had like her gauntlets were stored underneath one of the benches in the room that she's in a small box, but her clothes have been discarded.
Oh my. Okay. I am going to find another towel as well, or a robe, anything that could probably be.
You can find one of the like the very light gray dresses that the Tranquil were wearing.
Okay, I'll grab one of those then too, and I'll carry it back. Esthea. Oh, this smell. Oh.
Wet, hot Mabari.
And as you mentioned that, the Mabari like lowers his head and tucks his ears and like walks by you, and you just hear him like just jump into the pool.
Yeah, no, it's not your fault. Trust me. They did something to you. I just don't know what. I'm so sorry.
He was locked in a sauna.
You can see a very obvious, like, those fuckers in her eyes. Like, how dare they do that to a dog? Well, I couldn't find your clothes, but I found your other belongings at least, and I found this to help at least cover you up to get you back. I hope this does okay.
Better than
I'll
a towel.
gently present it. Well, do you want anything else to help cover you up, and we'll go shopping in the morning?
Just want some rest, some proper rest. Put this on for now. I can find something better in the morning. Just want this day to be over.
All right. Do you? I suppose I'll just walk you back then.
Apparently-
Rude cat calling right now.
Apparently, apparently somebody's Uber is outside the bathhouse.
Right?
Branch, get in the car. We're taking you home.
Well, I appreciate the help. Thank you.
Sure. I'm gonna go help your Mabari real quick. Clean him up while you get ready.
She just kind of quietly nods and slowly makes her way to the door over here, tiptoeing around the bodies as she puts her gauntlets on and puts the smock on.
Sorry about the mess.
Yes, well, I'm just glad it's not me.
Nope.
All right. And I think that is where we will end for tonight.
Oh, that ended on a
A little
moment. A sad aw.
yeah, a little tranquility scare for Estia
Aw.
as you ran into the very typical hypocrite or legion who thinks themselves above everyone else and their actions are beyond judgment, but not apparently beyond an axe to the face. And apparently both one of the Tranquil and Valantha have the punting ability of an NFL team. So I'm just going to kick this person 10 yards into the pool. Why not?
And I'm like the skinny small elf too. This is great.
Just like elven rage just building up inside of you.
Bitch, did you just punt me? I'll show you a punt. That was great.
Do we
Very much satisfied.
is our bot working right now? It is not.
I don't think so.
Okay, unfortunately. Lana War Health coming through. So thank you very much for everyone tuning in tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed episode 5 of Blood on the Gray. If this is your first time here and you did enjoy the episode, hit that follow button. We are live 3 nights a week. Tank Pig, what's going on, dude? On Tuesday nights, we've got Gibbering Mouthers, which is our homebrew 5th edition D&D campaign. We are almost 50 episodes in, and in 2 weeks, wow, 2 weeks will be episode 50, and it is our 1-year anniversary for the start of the campaign.
Damn.
And then Wednesday nights, you have us here on Blood in the Gray, which is our Dragon Age campaign, which we just started. This was episode 5. And on Sundays, we have Waist High and Waterdeep, which is our Dragon Heist campaign, which Tank Pig takes part in, as well as Drebin, the troublemaker. Is episode 50 a musical? No, it is not a musical. I am not singing.
But can we sing?
You guys can sing all you want, but
Oh, don't encourage this.
I
And
encourage
take it back
heavily.
now.
Yes.
I am not singing because I cannot carry a tune for my life.
Do we get
Let's
1
do it,
point of
guys.
inspiration for every song that we sing?
No. No, you're not going to inspiration farm here.
This is how you end up with disadvantage for the rest of the show.
Though that actually would be funny if the episode 50 was Gibbering Mouthers the musical.
Somebody at least sing me back to life.
Do not sing that song, I swear to God. If somebody,
Hello, darkness,
no,
my
if
old
somebody
friend.
sings "Bring Me to Life," I will instantly just rocks fall, everyone dies. Unless it's the goofy version, and then you're fine. But stick with us, guys. We're gonna go on a raid here in just a moment. But before we do, HB Fox, who are you and what do you do on the internet?
I am HB Fox, and I am a very fragile mage, apparently. I'm actually super pleased with the session today. I got to introduce some mysterious backstory stuff, which always gets me excited. But aside from playing fragile characters on this channel 3 times a week, I also work very closely with the Hunter Wild on pretty much everything that we do. And I am 1/3 of the 3 heads behind Streamer Square.
Raven, who are you and what do you do on the internet?
I am Ravenslark. I am a currently inactive streamer. I will be getting back to things once my life normals out again. I've been dealing with way too much family shit lately. So once that settles, we will be back to our finishing an XCOM 2 run. There's going to be some Industries of Titan once that hits early access. And in general, just playing cool shit that, yeah, you might not see everywhere else.
Zorro, who are you and what do you do on the internet?
I am Zoro for Me 3. I am a variety caster / creative streamer on Twitch, which I'm really hoping to be coming back to streaming full time again in about a month and a half. When I do stream, though, it is a lot of story heavy based games, RPGs, Dead by Daylight, and a lot of arts. Otherwise, I'm here twice a week with these awesome people on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
And I am Rojan Quest. You can find me here 3 nights a week, DMing on both Tuesdays and Wednesdays and playing in our Sunday game. When I'm not here, I'm on my own channel every Monday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, playing a variety of games, raising money for Extra Life and the Lawrence Small Children's Center. But yeah, that is us. Like I said, we're going to go on a raid right now, and we are going, if I remember the command correctly... There we go. We are going to go raid Daniel the Demon, who is currently playing Final Fantasy 14. If you guys want to join us on that raid, hit that join button up top and drop our raid command of Behold a Raid in his chat a couple times. Show him some love. And we will catch you guys not next week, wow. On Sunday for... I almost said Blood on the Gray. But for... Waste Time Waterdeep. There we go. But until then, guys, thanks for watching. We'll catch you later.